welcome to the regular meeting of the Yuma County Board of Supervisors. We'll also be sitting as all special taxing districts, and this is the December the 20th, 2021, 9 a.m. Board members can attend either in person or by telephone or remotely via electronic conferencing. I think everybody's here, so we'll move on to the first item on the agenda, which is call to order. And I'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll ask Supervisor Lyons to lead us in the pledge.
Please join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Well, first item on the agenda is call to the public. I think I have one. I have one card. And now you don't have to have a speaker form filled out. There she is. Reason. So no, she wants to speak. I think it's Mary Ellen Finch, but you want to speak on the specific items in the agenda, right? So okay, we'll get to it. Call to the public. It's held for the public's benefit to allow individuals to address issues within the board's jurisdiction. Board members may not discuss items that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to Arizona revised statutes, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to criticism, or scheduling the matter for further discussion and a decision at a future date. Public comments may be made in person or submitted by email at publiccomment@yumacountyaz.gov. The email forms of public comment will be accepted until 8 a.m. the morning of the meeting. All public comments will be read out loud during the Yuma County Board of Supervisors meeting that starts at 9 a.m. Do we have any email communications? We haven't. Does anyone here wants to address the board on an item that's not on the agenda? Not? Then we'll move on to presentations, proclamations, and appointments. And during this segment of the agenda, board members may discuss the presentations and proclamations and may announce appointments to the Yuma County Planning and Zoning Commission and the Yuma County Board of Adjustments. No legal action will be taken. And there are some appointments that can be made by the board member themselves. This is one of those. Does anybody have any appointments to make to the Board of Adjustments or the Planning and Zoning Commission?
Mr. Chairman, I have a resignation from Planning and Zoning Commission. I do not have an appointment for today. Hope to have one for the next meeting.
So who's resigning?
Sean Rogerson.
Sean.
He's moved out of the state.
All right. Well, again, it's the end of the year, so when we begin the next year, you will probably be asked to fill that appointment. Nothing else. We'll move on to the presentations, and the presentation that we have first is the presentation of the county line by Yuma 77, the Yuma County Government Channel.
Another county building is in the process of having solar parking structures installed. The construction of a 6-mile stretch of road is complete and smoother than ever. And another department is preparing to move out of our 197 building on Main Street. These stories and more, this is your County Line. If you visited certain county buildings, such as the Foothills Library, you may have noticed new parking shade structures. Yuma County teamed up with a solar company to build parking structures that provide shade and solar power. So far, the Foothills Library, Adult Probation, and Public Works buildings are among the first to be outfitted with the new structures.
In addition to producing electricity, we provide covered parking. I believe it's more than 600 covered spaces across the county that will be covered. We tried to design it to where both public and staff and county vehicles are all benefiting from the covered parking, which will benefit the lifespan of those vehicles as well, of course.
These structures are built to generate power and place it back on the grid. A new solar meter at each site meters electrical consumption and bills the county at an agreed-upon solar rate. The solar company will provide all the maintenance for the structures and the included lighting underneath.
We're producing electricity, of course. It generates, depending on the site And size of the structure anywhere from 200,000 kilowatt hours per year up to over 500,000. The larger sites like the main branch library will be in that larger range.
The Yuma Main Library parking lot is currently having these structures installed. Once complete, Development Services and Juvenile Justice Center will follow. Besides saving on electricity costs, these structures will be a great addition to keeping Yuma residents cool when visiting county buildings. If you head out to Fisher's Landing, you may notice how different the road beneath you feels, and that is a good thing. About 9 miles of construction on Martinez Lake Road and Red Cloud Mine Road began in February of 2020. The old roads had seen their share of wear and tear over the years and needed to be updated. Road improvements included grading, paving, drainage improvements, and smoothing out the vertical alignment to improve safety and provide all-weather access.
Martinez Lake is substantially completed, taking care of substantial drainage across the road and getting rid of a lot of the vertical dips, improving the sight distance along the road and making it safer to travel.
Red Cloud Mine Road should be complete at the end of March 2022. Our engineering department is working harder than ever. We'll make sure to keep you up to date on more exciting projects coming up next year. The Yuma County Treasurer's Office officially moved into their new temporary building in October, and soon they'll be joined by the Assessor's Office. Now that the Treasurer's Office has settled in, contractors have begun to prepare the designated area for the Assessor's Office. Once construction is complete, movers will move chairs, desks, and other furniture from our 197 building to their new location, 2550 South 4th Avenue. The County Recorder and Election Services will also be moving to the Hofstadter's building on Main Street in spring of 2022. Once departments have vacated our 197 building, demolition will follow and construction of our new building can begin.
Hi, I'm Mary and this is your Health Watch. The holiday season is an exciting time of the year when many families decorate their homes, travel to see family and friends, and eat lots of great food. It's also a time when kids and adults can be at risk for injuries. By reminding ourselves of a few safety tips, the holidays can be safer and more fun for everyone. Decorate your tree with your kids in mind. Move ornaments that are breakable or have metal hooks towards the top of the tree and put the safer ornaments near the bottom. Check the lights on your tree and around your home for exposed or frayed wires, loose connections, and overloaded or broken sockets. Keep holiday candles at least 12 inches away from anything that can burn. Consider your child's age when purchasing a toy by checking the age limit. Make sure there aren't any small parts or other potential choking hazards. For information on toys that have been recalled, visit recalls.gov. Additional toy safety information can be found by visiting safekids.org. This is all for now. Until next time, stay healthy, Yuma, and happy holidays.
Before we head out, some important dates to remember for our upcoming holiday schedule. We will be closed on Friday, December 24th and Friday, December 31st, so our families can enjoy the holiday season. Thank you for joining us for this County Line. We'd like to leave you now with a message from Yuma County employee Elia Juarez, telling us why she loves working for Yuma County. We think she'll also enjoy the new solar parking shades at the main library. Happy holidays!
My name is Elia Juarez. I am the Teen and Youth Services Librarian for the Yuma County Library District, and I will have worked for the county for 10 years this September. So I'm responsible for programming for ages 0 to 18 at 8 different libraries. I love interacting with the people in the community. I love getting to meet little kids that have just started coming to the library and watching them grow. It gives me a sense of purpose, and it gives me a sense that I'm directly doing something to improve the lives of the people that live in Yuma County.
All right, okay, back. Once we turn the lights on, yeah, we go. There we go. We're back on the regular session, and the first item, well, not the first item in the agenda, but the second item in this portion, it's a recorder elections item, which is a presentation regarding the 2021 election laws enacted following the 2021 regular legislative sessions, and a brief review of the 2022 legislative proposals as identified by statewide recorders and election officials. Robin?
Good morning, Chairman Reyes, members of the board, Robin Stallworth Poquet, Yuma County Recorder.
And Tiffany Anderson, Yuma County Elections Director.
We'll try to make this brief. We have some important information to share. Supervisor Pancrazzi had requested a presentation on election laws enacted following this last very long session. So we want to go over those and how they affect Yuma County, as well as touch briefly on the election legislation proposed by the election officials of Arizona, it being carried by the Arizona Association of Counties for the 2022 session. The 2021 legislative session was the third longest session in Arizona history. Nearly 1,900 bills, memorials, and resolutions were introduced, with 459 becoming law, which represents about 24% of the introduced measures. This was the session with the most election-related bills introduced in Arizona history, with over 150 election bills. We expect that to be somewhat similar to the upcoming session. Voter registration had several items that were floated to the two chambers of the legislature. Notably, HB 2054 codifies existing practices to require, instead of permitting, the Secretary of State's office to compare death records against the Arizona voter information database. We in Yuma County have been doing that for quite some time, not simply just from the state records, but other death records that we could verify on a state level. Probably the most controversial, SB 1485, you may have heard about, is changing the permanent early voting list to the active early voting list. And voters who are on this list but have not voted an early ballot, or do not vote an early ballot in any election in 2 consecutive federal cycles, will be removed from this list by January 15th of the odd numbered year. They are still registered to vote, but they will no longer automatically receive a ballot. The county recorder is going to be required to send notices to each voter removed from the list, at which time the voter has the ability to notify the recorder's office within 90 days if they wish to remain on the list. The provisions of the bill will become effective January 1st following the next federal election cycle. So it has been determined that the first notices will not be distributed until January of 2027.
I have a question on that one. If they vote in person instead of with their early ballot, will they be taken off?
They will be taken off if they don't utilize the early ballot. And I hesitate to say taken off, because what's going to happen first is that notice is going to be sent to the voter, as opposed to them being removed from the list. They will be removed from the list with a non-responsive, action from the voter.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to mention which ones have, I mean, maybe I'm a little behind here, but aren't some of this basically put on hold by that court?
We are going to touch on a few of those things. SB 1485 was not one of those bills, so it is. It was.
On.
Good.
As early voting, Senate Bill 1003 require the county recorder to make reasonable efforts to notify voters of issues regarding their early ballot, including signatures missing. It does make clear that the curing period for unsigned ballots is going to end at 7 p.m. on election night, and that has been the case for some time. This basically codifies that. The county recorders have to make reasonable efforts to contact the voter and advise them of the issue that their signature is missing, and advising them that it must be remedied by 7 p.m. or the ballot won't be counted. The deadline is required to be printed in the early voting instructions, so we're making those modifications now. Senate Bill 1714 is going to require the early ballot. Yes.
If they don't get that done, can they still vote on election day?
That's correct. So Chairman Reyes, Supervisor Pancrazzi, if you are notified that we have received an early ballot that is missing a signature, we also tell you that you can go over to a vote center and vote in person. So your vote is going to be counted at that time, and then your early ballot submitted is simply going to be
Disposed. Yes. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that.
And again, to clarify, it is a very different deadline than the ones that the signature doesn't match, where the voter does have that period of time following election day to remedy a mismatched signature, or a signature that we have deemed doesn't match the records that we have. Correct.
And that bill was recently upheld in a court decision, I think, just last week.
Oh, good.
Senate Bill 1714 is going to require the early ballot envelopes include a statement that if the addressee no longer lives at the address, the receiving party at that residence must mark the unopened envelope returned to sender and place in the U.S. mail. This has become an issue because we do have several people that don't change their address at the post office, and their mailing address may still be that location, and they have since moved to another residence. See it with college students or adults moving out of parents' homes, that type of thing, usually family members.
So moving on to candidates, laws that changed. Candidate issues, HB 2181 established a new 120-day residency requirement for write-in candidates. This is essentially trying to protect people, candidates who decide to not run as a full candidate and gather petition signatures and then default to being a write-in candidate. So since our filing deadline for regular candidates is 120 days, that's the residency requirement for write-ins. So someone, say, moves to an area to file, specifically to file as a write-in candidate for an office. HB 2365 discusses protected address. Candidates who have a protected address, it just outlines that they are able to use a post office box or other private mailbox on their filing paperwork to continue to protect their residential address.
This would be like judges and so forth?
Correct. Yep. Yes, exactly, Chairman. SB 1104 specifies in-state contributions must be reported if they exceed $100 for an election cycle, and all out-of-state contributions must be reported with the individual's occupation and employer, and allows an aggregate amount of in-state contributions that it do not exceed $50. So all that means is that candidate filing paperwork, if you have many people who give you $20, you can just state that 10 people provided an aggregate amount of $200 rather than individual listings. SB 1107, we've discussed this in relation to redistricting. So this was the legislative relief that we received in 2021 related to the delay in census data. It talks about different allowances for candidates running for congressional legislative office in 2022 in regards to their signature collection, since people are already collecting petition signatures before the new boundaries are established. This is also the bill that extended the Board of Supervisors deadline for new district boundaries to July 1 of 2022. SB 1714, again, it's talking more about campaign expenditure disclosures for out-of-state candidates, essentially just saying they have to print a disclosure if it's on a billboard ad of a certain percentage height to ensure that it's clear that this was paid for by out-of-state contributions. Changes to election law. HB 2308 was a bill that was run by the election officials of Arizona in 2021 to clean up recall elections. So I can go through all of them if you'd like, but it's really just cleaning up the deadlines and particulars about recall elections. HB 2362 is now requiring election officials to provide a privacy envelope to anyone voting in person. Yuma County stopped doing this in about, I believe it was 2018. No one was asking for them anymore, but now it's mandated. So we'll have those privacy envelopes available again at our vote centers for those individuals who feel like they would like additional privacy when voting their ballot.
Oh, in-person ones.
In person, correct. HB 2364 requires...
Oh, you leave that. You were already doing that, weren't you, Robin?
Chairman Ray, as members of the board, it was my understanding in years past that there was a tool that election offices used at the polling place, but it was actually, they haven't used them for a number of years now. It was old equipment that you had a kind of a plastic sleeve. It did become quite complicated. Well, it was confusing to voters, the tool that was used to do that.
Okay.
HB 2364 requires the identity of individuals submitting arguments in a voter information pamphlet to be disclosed. So you know who's writing the arguments for or against those issues. HB 2821 allows governing bodies to call an election to change the purpose of a bond that had been previously approved by the voters. And this self-repeals on January 1 of 2025. SB 1105 increases the word count for initiative and referendums to 200 words. That's simply in alignment with the current word limit for recall elections. So often initiative referendums and recalls all have similar rules. So this makes sense that they're making sure that there's consistency across those three different functions.
Will you go back to this, to 2821?
Yes, ma'am.
Allowing a governing body to call an election to change the purpose of a bond, of bond monies authorized. Oh, okay, never mind. I can do
Right,
it.
so it's just taking that issue back to the voters and saying, you previously approved this bond amount.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I got it.
More elections law here. SB 1432 extends the amount of time in which it's a class 2 misdemeanor to remove or deface or change a candidate sign. It used to be 7 days, now it's 15. I also paired with that the sub dot point up there, SB 1722 deals specifically with candidate signs in condominium complexes.
You can't deny them, right? Yeah.
Correct. So this is just it's making clear that that condominiums and housing complexes that have an HOA cannot ban political signs in those areas. SB 1497 requires now that there's a Prop 105 disclosure, not only in the voter information pamphlet, but also printed on the ballot. Just so you know, Prop 105 was the Voter Protection Act. It was a constitutional amendment approved by voters in 1998, which prohibits the Arizona legislature from amending or repealing a voter-approved ballot initiative or referendum unless the amending legislation furthers the purpose of the measure and is approved by 3/4 of the legislature. So what this legislation is doing is requiring a Prop 105 notice in boldface type after the Legislative Council analysis in the publicity pamphlet, as well as on the ballot immediately preceding the first initiative measure. It's essentially a warning to voters that it's very difficult to change an initiative or referendum once it's been approved by the voters. So that did pass. We will be taking up some of our ballot space for that disclosure moving forward. SB 1835 bans out-of-state challengers and poll observers by requiring them to be residents of the state and registered to vote here as well. It also made it a class 6 felony, which is the lowest felony, to knowingly impersonate an election official. We see that most with those who are paid to register people to vote. It's kind of an implication that they work for the recorder's office. On our election equipment, HB 2307 stated that although our tabulators already provide a warning that explains that if a voter had overvoted a race, our tabulator already says if you say yes, you want this to go through into the tabulator, that vote won't count since you overvoted. We now have to print a notice additionally and post it on the tabulator so voters are absolutely sure that if they decide to still vote a ballot that's been overvoted, that they acknowledge that it won't be counted for that race. The others will still count. That also gives them an opportunity. We call that second chance voting. So the tabulator will say, hey, this is a completely blank ballot, or we've noticed that one race was overvoted. Are you sure you want to cast this ballot? That gives the voter the opportunity to say no, and then they can go to an election official and have that ballot spoiled and have that second chance voting with a new ballot.
That's a good idea. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it's an additional notice to the one the tabulator already provides.
It was, however, a practice that is was allowable now. So if someone were to go notify the poll worker that they saw it was overvoted, they still had the second chance voting opportunity up until this point.
Yeah, but now the tabulator will do it.
We'll have that.
Well, the tabulator already had the notice. We just have to additionally have a paper notice on or near the equipment stating that as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
A lot to read.
Yeah.
Oh.
Another notice that voters may or may not read.
Yes.
HB 2359. This one affects us because it's an additional cost. This requires that all ports, plugs, doors, or other methods of physical or electronic access to a voting machine or e-poll book must be secured to prevent unauthorized access. This also requires an officer in charge of elections to document and verify our security protocols. We already do this. We have a very well-defined security practice as well as chain of custody documents. Once our election equipment is fully programmed and tested, it's sealed. That information goes on the seal log that goes with the equipment when it's delivered. Election workers check all of the seals against the seal logs before they do anything to set up for the election or on election morning. We're purchasing specialized port seals for this purpose and updating existing seal logs to comply with that additional seal. They're very expensive. They're essentially, we're sealing all open USB ports in our equipment that aren't utilized by other media sticks on election day. Mind you, these USB ports, even though they are empty, are behind locked, closed doors that have seals on them that show if they've been tampered with. So they were already protected. This is just an additional protection. We just ordered them. They are $5 per seal. So these port locks.
How many seals?
We ordered, I believe it was 30 total.
How much were they again? $5. Okay.
They're about $5 a piece. Yeah. So it's a specialized port seal. We made them bright yellow so that it was very clear that there was nothing in there. So moving on to prohibitions.
They won't. None of them can be reused. So you'll just continue. We'll continue to purchase them each time any piece of equipment is used.
Thank you.
There were several prohibitive items passed through the legislature. One of which was HB 2569. The state, counties, municipalities, and school districts or any other public bodies are prohibited from accepting or expending monies to prepare, administer, or conduct an election, including voter registration activities. This is in response to the Center for Tech and Civic Life grants in the 2020 election cycle that were distributed amongst counties that applied for those monies. Yuma County did receive $180,765,000 for that particular grant. And in Yuma, we utilized the funds for an ad campaign, billboards. We purchased a high volume tabulator, and we purchased our transport van that has been a great asset to our offices.
So this prohibits you from doing that now, huh?
No,
That's
it
correct.
prohibits private money, correct?
It prohibits private grants. Yes, that's correct.
So anything outside of a
Public is
federal
okay.
or state grant.
HB 2794 prohibits modification of any election-related data. Election-related date and statute to be changed. It does make it a Class 6 felony if an election-related date is modified without a court order.
That's a prohibition for you guys?
It's a prohibition for the entire state. That stemmed out of the discussion of potentially delaying the election dates in 2020 due to the COVID pandemic. That did not happen in Arizona. Several other states did delay their primary elections. So the Arizona legislature thought it was important to place that in statute for the future.
HB 2905 is going to prohibit election officials from sending an early ballot to a voter who did not request one. It will make it a Class 5 felony for violation of this particular section, and the exceptions are for any voter on the active early voting list, previously people, and all mail city, school district, or special district mail ballot elections.
And for clarification, that's something that Arizona does not do. It's all by request.
Oh, it is. So we don't have any, some states have all early ballot, all
Mail election.
mail-in, but we.
Correct.
yeah, okay.
Chairman Reyes, Supervisor Pancrazzi. Some states do for state and federal election cycles. Arizona currently does not allow that for state and federal cycles.
Got it.
There are jurisdictional and district elections that are held by mail-only ballots, and that it wouldn't apply to that situation. So simply the ballots that would go to a voter that is not on the ABLE list. And this is in response to a court case that happened prior to the 2020 election in Maricopa County, where it was floated to send the ballot to all voters that had not requested the early ballot.
Yes, I remember that. Okay.
Senate Bill 1002 is going to, the early ballot envelopes can no longer display any identifying political party affiliation, usually a letter, an R, a D, an L for Libertarian, on the ballot style code that is printed on the outside of the affidavit envelope. So it does help the early board ensure that the correct ballot was voted by the voter prior to opening the envelope, so that then you maintain the confidentiality of the vote. There is now a confidential and consistent process that has been adopted statewide. We accomplished this in November for all the counties to continue to securely code the ballot distribution so that everyone is consistent across the state, and it doesn't notate a letter that may seemingly be assumed to be a political party. I know we've discussed this at the, with all of you a few years back when that was a concern during the primary elections. With the 2022 legislative session right around the corner, the Arizona Association of Counties annual meeting held on November 9th, the Board of Directors did vote to carry the following election-related legislation as proposed by the Arizona County Recorders Association and the election officials of Arizona. That will include an election cleanup bill. It'll include, that particular bill has clarifications to election statute date changes, allowing filing offices to utilize the e-qual system that will also include county offices, with the exception of constables or clerk of superior court. So you can acquire those signatures electronically. It aligns the filing deadline for write-in candidates, clarification on the process for address confidentiality, updating statute on public records retention, and allows the counties to use a notice for voters for the ERIC program that we've brought to you. One of the pieces of legislation also includes permissive language to allow early voting to be accomplished in the weekend prior to Election Day. It's currently prohibited as the early voting period ends the Friday prior to Election Day, and emergency voting can only occur on the Monday prior. So that will make things a little bit easier and more efficient for all of us as well. We've also planned to run a bill that will require third-party organizations to disclose whom their organization is when they mail out mailers to people, so that it's not assumed that that is coming from a county office or election administrator.
Because there were some that looked official.
They look
Yes.
very official.
We got a
And
lot of phone calls about those.
it is kind of my one thing that has been a very difficult thing for the last several election cycles. The return address is going to be our office, and that's going to stay in compliance with statute. But if the third party does disclose whom their organization is, it makes it a lot easier to communicate to the voters who become very frustrated.
Yeah, so you can call them instead of you, huh?
Correct. And the mailers that do get mailed with little to no identifying information on them from the organization often are using very outdated lists and subscription lists that are not accurate, and that I think it kind of strengthens a lack of trust. Like people really do have a mistrust of the system already, and when they get a voter registration form for someone that does not exist in their home any longer, or is for the family dog that is subscribed to a magazine, it makes it frustrating.
Or tells them that they're not registered to vote.
Yeah, and the recommendation, Robin, is that you make it visible enough. Otherwise, you're going to get all these little letters that you
We're
can't see.
concerned about that, correct. Chairman Reyes, Supervisor, members of the board, I hope that the legislature sees the need to make this very clear with that consideration. All of the counties do expect to play defense. We do expect that there will be a similar, if not more, bills introduced regarding election administration. And there are significant changes in the government committee. The chairperson, Senator Ugenti Rita, has resigned. Senator Kelly Townsend is now going to chair the government committee with Senator Sonny Borelli as the co-chair. So we expect to be very active in the introduced bill, correct. I'm currently serving as the president of the Arizona Recorders Association this year and a member of the ACO's Legislative Policy Committee. Director Tiffany Anderson will also be serving on the Legislative Committee for the Election Officials of Arizona. So we hope to kind of tag team a strong presence for the bills that directly impact Yuma County.
Thank you both. Thank you both.
Thank you. SB 1819, you mentioned earlier the Supreme Court order. The Budget Procedures Bill from 2021 was invalidated by the Supreme Court for violation of this single subject bill rule. The ruling may make the legislative session longer, with more difficulties agreeing on a state budget. Votes can't be bought by including the legislators' policy changes in the budget document. We expect most, if all, of the provisions that were included in this year's deemed invalid to be reintroduced, including anti-fraud ballot paper provisions, allowance for the Arizona Game and Fish Department to assist with voter registration, posting every voter registration event online, and the establishment of an election integrity fund to pay for audits and recounts. Among the other provisions, these were all invalidated because of that violation of single subject, correct. I do want to take this opportunity to briefly touch on the Elections Advisory Committee. I'm extremely proud of the structure that Yuma County has in place for election administration, and I want to take the time to thank our current membership. Supervisors Martine Porches and Darren Simmons are on our Election Advisory Committee, as well as County Administrator Susan Thorpe and Chief Civil Deputy County Attorney Bill Kirkus. The group provides valuable support to us as election administrators and feedback on election-related matters that directly impact Yuma County on a quarterly basis when we have our public meetings. As an example of the work that the committee does quarterly, 3 crucial proposals were heard by the Elections Advisory Committee this last month. Elections Director Tiffany Anderson presented a vote center plan for the 22 election cycle that you'll see at the beginning of 2022 to the full board, with strategic changes based on data from the previous elections, as well as the consideration for emergency power backup and future growth. Likewise, a vote center staffing plan was discussed, which will right-size the number of election workers at each of the vote centers based on the anticipated voter turnout for the election and the type of election. Finally, the election contingency plan required by statute to be submitted to the Secretary of State's office prior to an election was discussed. For the first time, this plan will have predetermined backup vote center sites in case of an emergency or power outage in Yuma County at one or more of the vote centers throughout the county. So taking the committee's feedback into account, all 3 proposals will be presented to the board in early 2022. And in the 22 cycle, we're looking forward to seeing the results of our efforts over the last year to improve the voting and election processes in Yuma County. Again, we are very, very appreciative of the support of this particular committee and the guidance that the committee has provided to both of our offices toward in the efforts that we've made this year. So I am very grateful. Thank you very much for your service with us.
Chair, can I make one comment?
Sure.
Robin, your elections, I just said it. The Elections Advisory Committee is very innovative and is the only one that exists in the state. Am I correct?
That is correct. Chairman Reyes, members of the board, it is the only structure like it in Arizona, and I am quite proud when we do go to meet with our colleagues across the state. It is a structure that has worked for us, and I'm especially considering the environment the last year. I think that it's been a strengthened front for election administration.
Thank you.
And I think it's reflective of the leadership overall that you guys have provided for us.
Thank you.
Because I think it shows that, you yeah, it just shows that you're always one step ahead of most of the game. I mean, it's always been a source of pride for me anyway to talk about how elections are conducted in Yuma County, regardless of the local jurisdiction's problems. Sometimes the elections department has shown itself to be progressive, innovative. It's really been a source of pride for us.
We're very grateful for that. Thank you very much, Chairman Reyes.
It just reflects very well on you, and I think at the end it reflects very well on the board that we let you do your work and interfere as little as possible and help as much as possible. So thank you.
Well, that being said, Chairman Reyes, we both often talk about the appreciation we have for the support of the board as a whole, not just our committee that we work closely with, but that doesn't happen in every county. So we very much appreciate it, and we look forward to working with you. We feel very strong as a team because of your board.
And I forgot to mention how happy we are with the appointment of Tiffany.
We are very happy about that.
Tiffany, you've done a great job.
And much less stress. There's
Yeah,
no.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to say how proud I was when people were calling from all around the state and the nation last year, worried about our elections. I just said I have absolute 100% confidence in our Yuma County team, and it was really interesting and fun to push back.
Yeah, thank you.
On that narrative. Anyway, second, just a question. Do you have any idea what the estimated cost is for the additional costs, sum total, to the county for the changes?
I don't believe there are several changes we talked about that we have had in place for some number of years.
Okay.
I expect that the only change will be the notices. Well, any significant change in addition to what Tiffany discussed on the additional seals. It seems like a small cost for $5, but when you constantly for every piece, that adds up quite. None of them can be reused. I don't believe we've quantified that exactly, but we expect the mailers for the SB 1485 to be a cost for not just the notice, but also the postage. I don't know what to expect as far as who will be included on that list. However, it won't reflect a budget impact until fiscal 27-28. So
okay,
I'll get that for you.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies. We appreciate it. Thank you. Very thorough. That was kind of brief, but.
It was good.
All right, well, we finished that and we move on to the consent calendar. The consent calendar is where there's a list of items under the agenda that will be considered as a group and acted upon by one motion with no separate discussion unless a board member so requests. In that event, the item will be removed and from the consent calendar for separate discussion and action. I think we have 12 items. Does anybody want to pull anything?
Number 6.
Number 6, I'll pull number 10 for brief discussion. So 6 and 10. If nothing else, I'll entertain a motion to approve all the other ones as presented.
Make a motion to approve all except for 6 and 10.
Second. Been motion and second to approve all consent calendars 1 through 12 with the exception of 6 and 10. All those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Why, IT leaving? Is that part of like the election situation? We still got a couple of things in here we want to ask you about.
No, that's
Josh
good.
was hoping he could
That's
slip
good.
out.
We're gonna call him back. All right, so item 6, Public Works, award the waste tire removal and disposal services contract bid to CRM of America LLC at the unit price of $84.95 per ton for passenger cars and light pickup truck tires and semi-large truck tires, and $144.95 per ton for construction, agriculture, and other tires and shreds. OTRs, and authorize the Public Works Director to execute all agreements and financial documents as needed to expedite the contracting process contingent upon review by legal counsel. Supervisor Lai?
No, I just wanted to hear a little bit more about that from our director.
About what we do with the tires?
Yeah, just the sum total process. I've had several questions over the last 10 days about trash. So I just wanted to talk a little bit more about that and open up that item.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Josh Scott, Public Works Director. The county is required by statute to accept waste tires, and we collect them at our North Gila site. We sort them, pile them up, and then we have CRN come in, they haul them to their plant in Phoenix where they shred them. They remove the steel, chip them up into crumb rubber, and then that crumb rubber is used for paving. It's used for playground and tracks, things like that.
Okay,
So the cost associated with this is basically for the hauling.
okay,
It's to haul them up to their plant in Phoenix.
thank you.
Let me tell you, I was out there. It is huge.
It is huge. It's a lot of tires.
Oh my gosh.
We get just shy of about 200,000 tires a year.
Do you think that we would have an opportunity in the foreseeable future to look for a transfer station in the South County to alleviate some of the trash?
That's come up before. We've had some discussions with the water users over the last several years because they're interested in a facility down there as well. And in fact, when Supervisor Pancrazzi came out for her field trip, we talked a little bit about that. We're not going to be able to get too many more years out of the transfer site we have out in the North Gila Valley. Yeah, we're landlocked there. We don't have room to expand, so we're going to need to start looking at other options.
I've had the opportunity to be down south several times here lately and had the opportunity to meet with several farmers, and even this, as of this morning, the amount of waste that's been accumulated along their fields, especially, along the mesa, continues to be a problem. And
They need, because it's so far out that people dump instead of
It's too
going
much?
out there.
Mr. Chairman, we need to stick to just the
okay,
waste tire program
right.
today.
Oh,
This is the waste.
well,
tire.
this is waste tire.
part of it.
All right, so.
We need to stick to this award. To
The
this
question been
award.
asked?
All right, thank you, Josh.
Yeah. I took the opportunity to talk about the waste tires in the South County. All right, if nothing else, I'll entertain a motion to go ahead and approve.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, there's been a motion and second to approve the item as presented. All those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. The Facilities Management. Award the design build contract for the construction of a new 3,200 square foot metal storage building for the Health Department to be located at 2725 South Avenue B to GCI Construction and Inspection LLC in the amount of $346,430, and authorize the facility managing director to sign the contract and issue the notice to proceed. Although I'm really partial to design build projects because I think they normally work relatively well, I would also like to see more information about the bidders and what they're supposed to do. All we got here was a tabulation, just a list of people who bid, but I guess we got to see the RFP, which basically defines what they're supposed to do. But because we use that project for not just smaller projects like this, but we're going to use it for the big ones, for a large one or for larger ones. I'd like to just have a little more on the record here that comes up, other than just simply like the tabulation of the bids. I mean, we're going through that process on the broadband thing, but we're going to build some large buildings that way. I think that's the way we decided to go. Or is that the way that you see it?
Chairman, as members of the board, Dave Hillen, Director of Facilities Management. We don't have any other projects planned to be a design build delivery at this point in time. We're leaning towards a construction manager at risk delivery for our larger projects to get the GMP with limiting any potential for change orders. This was a relatively straightforward approach, essentially a rectangular metal box, if you will, with air conditioning. We did provide the specs in the RFP as well as through a site visit, visiting with the contractors and explaining what was expected. Since by delivering it as a design build, we're able to put that burden, if you will, on the contractor to determine what level of documentation is really needed for permitting.
All right. Okay. Well, again, it's just a matter of just seeing a little more of the project, seeing what it really is. I mean, I know it's a storage warehouse building project. It shouldn't be very complicated, but
hopefully not.
Right. Well, hopefully not. So that's it. I just wanted to let you know. I mean, I'd like to see a little more detail on it. Okay, at least the specs. Okay. I asked for this item to be removed, so I'm going to make a motion. We go ahead and approve the item as presented.
Second.
It's been motion and second that we approve item number 10 as presented. Anybody, any questions? If not, all those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries, and we'll move on to discussion and action items, and we'll open the following items separately for discussion and action as appropriate. I guess, Susan, you're going to have to take over the number 1 item, which is to elect the Yuma County Board of Supervisors Chairman for calendar 2022.
Yes. Just a moment. So at this point in time, the annual election of the Yuma County Board of Supervisors Chairman for next calendar year will take place. So we'll accept nominations from members of the board.
I move Tony Reyes as chairman for calendar year 2022.
It's a hard one. I don't know.
I'm gonna have to
We need,
second
we need to think it about a little bit, I think.
Yeah, the more time you let it go by.
I'll
guys,
second
the
it.
better.
You second it.
Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, the nominations are closed, and we have a nomination and a second for Tony Reyes as chairman for 2022. May I have all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I need a recount.
Passed unanimously, Mr. Chairman. You are the chairman for calendar year 2022. Thank you.
I'm such a softie, right? Keep getting this stuff. Number 2, county administration will elect the Yuma County Board of Supervisors vice chairman for calendar year 2022. And I think I can do that. Open it up and go forth. So I'll open up the nominations for Yuma County Board of Supervisors vice chair. Does anybody want to nominate anyone?
I'll nominate Supervisor Lyons.
Is there another nomination?
I'll second.
Oh, yeah. There's no other nominations. There was a second. There's been a nomination and a second. Let me just back up a little bit and just sort of define the process. This is the process of nominations, right? So there's a nomination and there's another nomination, or does every nomination needs a second to become valid? Because I always get this mixed up.
Mr. Chairman, you don't require a second for the nominations. What you'll do is you'll have them, when there's no further nominations, you'll move to close nomination process with a
Right.
motion in a second.
Right.
Call that and then vote on the nomination.
All right, so I'm taking nominations. There's nomination for Supervisor Lyons to be the vice chair this year. Is there any other nominations? If not, I'll take a motion to close nominations.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Now, that's a motion and second to close nominations. All those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Right, that closes nominations. We'll take a vote, just a formal vote for the nomination of Mr. Lyons as vice chair this year. All those in favor of the nomination signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Lyons will serve this year as the vice chair. Congratulations. All right, so number 3, county administration, public health services, district emergency management, discussion, possible action regarding COVID-19 updates and activities. I would have liked to have the appointments, but this is the way it's going to work. So, congratulations on your future warehouse storage area. I'm not sure that's going to necessarily solve all the problems you have with so much new staff, but I mean it's an advancement. All right, so go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman Reyes, members of the board.
Is Tony Padilla here?
No, but Russ is.
Russ is.
Oh, there it is. I was going to make Tony go first, but
Oh, I could.
No. That's too late now. I mean, you came up.
You'll be quick?
Do I defer?
Oh, let him do it
Okay.
first, so that way we get a chance to ask him some questions.
Morning, Chairman Reyes and Board of Supervisors. Russ Hartley with Yuma County Office of Emergency Management. Tony's out on PTO. So as far as the COVID stuff going on, we're still continuing to check with the testing sites weekly and get that information out on the county website. And that's pretty much what we're dealing with as far as COVID. We got a lot of other stuff we're dealing with outside of COVID right now.
Are you actually dealing at all with the emergency, the refugee or the
Yes, they are.
emergency situation that's happening in the border?
Yes, we are, Chairman. But I don't know if I'm allowed to speak
Well,
on that.
it's emergency management. Is that okay?
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, the wording is limited to COVID, but it may be,
Oh, just
maybe
go.
migrant issues. Do you have COVID-related issues that you'd like to discuss?
Yeah, that's right.
It is health department related.
Again, health department, emergency management,
COVID.
limited.
It's
Stop right there.
COVID-19.
Don't get into that. Just, it's fine. I wanted to commend you guys for dealing with it. So whatever you have done.
We commend you. Thank you.
Thank you
Commend you.
very
Thank
much.
you very
Yes,
much.
you are doing
Extremely
a wonderful-
responsive.
Yes. thank you.
So
Mr.
anything
Chairman.
else on COVID?
Mr. Chairman,
COVID,
they've been extremely
no.
responsive.
Yes, they have on that too.
So anything COVID related?
Outside of COVID, that we're dealing with a lot of stuff, Chairman.
Yeah, you are.
Next time, we're gonna open up the agenda item so we can discuss some of the stuff you're dealing with. But this time, it's just COVID.
But then,
Mr. Chairman, we've been,
Tough to get two
Mr. Ch-
attorneys at the same time.
just to let the board know, we've been trying to work with the various departments to expand the language in the agenda to help them.
A little
to
more
help you
general,
folks.
I mean,
Just
yeah,
haven't got there with
obviously
the
emergencies.
Thank you.
Right now happening in Yuma County, there's more than one, I think. Okay, so that's basically the extent of your report on COVID.
yes, Chairman.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That sounds like, Elvis Presley here, thank you very much. But, you see, now you get to go second. No,
COVID.
didn't it make it easy for you?
All right, let's reset.
First time we got Tony up in front first, he doesn't show up, he's a PTO.
All right, well, I'm here. So good morning, Chairman Reyes, members of the board. Again, okay, so COVID related. So again, our big concern, I stood up here before the last couple of times, was the strain on the healthcare system, and we're there. Our hospitals, most of them have the capacity as far as space. We have ventilators, we've stocked up on PPE, it is staffing. So when you look at last Friday's numbers, you had 74 hospitalized patients with COVID. 67 of those were unvaccinated. So we're continuing to see that 67 of the 74 were unvaccinated. And we had 24 in ICU and 28 that were ventilated. So again, we keep talking about the importance of learning the facts and asking questions about vaccines. Vaccines remain highly effective in preventing infection and risk of hospitalization and death. So we want to encourage people, again, when this happens, and this is a situation that we're seeing across the state, across the country, we are seeing ICU beds, we're seeing hospitals cancel elective procedures, we're seeing them have to make those, difficult choices in rescheduling, pre-planned events. This is also placing a strain on regular emergencies because there is no ICU beds available. People are struggling with staffing. We've been working, last time I was here, I told you we were working on getting a staffing team for YMC. We were able to do that successfully last year twice. We're all competing for the same resources. We're still on standby. We were told we had a team ready to go. It's on hold. They haven't gotten here. And again, the people that are caring for those patients, the frontline workers, have been doing this day in and day out, and we're hoping to get some relief for them. But again, we want to remind the public that vaccines are incredibly effective at reducing your risk of serious infection, hospitalization, and death. And again, we've been saying it from the very beginning, we don't want to overwhelm the healthcare system. If you have an emergency or some sort of acute need that requires you to go to the hospital, we want you to be able to do that and get the care you need. So again, vaccines are highly effective. We continue to have our vaccine clinics in the health department.
Excuse me, Diana.
Yes.
Diana, so what you're saying is that if you have to go to the hospital for something other than COVID-19, you may be in sorry shape.
It is right now I don't want to speak for the hospital obviously, but that's the cases that we're seeing is, again, we're competing for those ICU beds, and it's just a staffing issue. It's not space. We're all competing for the same resources. The State Department of Health had contracts where we were contracting with different staffing agencies. And one thing that was different this year was that they're not contracting any in-house nursing staff. So and that was to prevent somebody from leaving a hospital in Arizona to go work as a contracted employee somewhere else in Arizona.
So you could get paid more.
Because that was a challenge. And so again, it's just that need. When you're a COVID patient, you have a higher need of care. And so again, you're competing for those resources, you're competing for those staffing. So we want to remind people the holidays are approaching. We're all resuming our activities, we're getting together with family, and we want to remind everybody to go ahead and do that, but do it safely. Outdoors is better than indoors. It's important to, if you're in crowded settings, consider wearing your mask. If you are sick or you have symptoms, regardless of your vaccination status, get tested. That is important in preventing the spread of infection. We want to remind people again that ventilation, those types of things, social distancing, hygiene, those things are, helpful in curbing, mask wearing are helpful in curbing the spread of the disease. But again, as we go into the holidays, we want to remind people to do that. You are 10 times, if you are unvaccinated, you have a 10 times greater chance of testing positive for COVID and a 20 times higher risk of possibly dying. So again, if you have questions, if you have concerns, go ahead and reach out. We have, vaccines are readily available in the community. We have our clinics. We'll have our clinics till Wednesday, and then we will resume again on Tuesday, January 4th. And again, they're readily available. I think we're the only health department that has had them in-house since the beginning of the pandemic. So we'll continue to do that again, but please reach out. Again, our healthcare system is strained and they need help.
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Porches.
I just want to say, I respect people's decisions that if they don't want to get vaccinated, that's fine. But I don't respect the people that don't do it and end up in the hospital, and if a family member, like my mom, which is 91, she's 92, and goes to the hospital and I can't visit her because people with COVID and the hospital puts different levels of visitation. That I just don't, I don't take that well. Yeah. And it's not fair for those people that have family members in the hospital and they can't visit them. I think the hospital people, the COVID patients, are the ones that are really keeping that hospital, like you say, with the,
lockdown.
And yeah, with nurses being occupied or not having enough staff. So it's not other groups of people that are going to the hospital. It's people with the COVID. Just wanted to say.
And like you said, 68 out of 74 are unvaccinated.
Yeah, those were Friday's numbers, and it's pretty consistent.
Keep moving up as we speak. The point that I want to ask about has more to do with testing and at-home tests.
Yes.
I mean, I think people need to start, if they're going to be making those kind of choices, they need to be making the secondary choice, which is to test themselves. It's okay. I mean, people can have all kinds of different opinions. I think that's what this country's so great about. But there should be a level of personal responsibility that people who assume that they're not going to get it, also understand that if you have a get-together later this year, some people just go off into the mountains or something and they get together. Last year was awful for my family because one of my daughters went to a get-together, a family get-together for my son-in-law. They came back and they were all had COVID after that gathering. I mean, obviously, I hope people learn that if you're going to have a gathering, at least test yourself. There are testing kits available at different stores in the community. They may seem expensive when you think about spending $20, $30, but it's a lot more expensive if you end up in the hospital or if you infect someone that you love and they end up in the hospital. So we're asking people to be responsible during this holiday season. And if they're not going to vaccinate, that's their choice, but to be a little more responsible about the health and well-being of people around them. Helping us all deal with this situation as best as we can, right?
Yes, and we know that it's one of those things that we said it from the very beginning. We kind of have to look out for each other. We'll continue to see variants as they come across. They're more infectious than the previous one, and so again, we're going on year 3, and so we just want to remind people you can get together. We just want you to take the steps to do it safely. We should be gathering. We should be celebrating with our families. But let's look at it.
And whether you agree with the numbers or not, whether you believe it's 800,000 or 400,000 or 300,000, that is way too many people, to lose as a country and as a nation and as individually. By now, I doubt that there's someone around us that hasn't been impacted one way or another by someone they love, ended up in the hospital or died. So let's just be a little more reasonable. If fine, then your decisions are decisions, and I understand how frustrating it is for some people, but this is what it's about.
Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Diana, I've had 3 people ask me over the last few days, do we have the ability to test and determine the different variants here in Yuma?
We do. There's two, and so you know about the process for sequencing typically it could take 1 week or 2 weeks, and not all samples are tested or sequenced. So you're getting a subset of the positive tests. But we do. We have testing facilities here locally, for example, the hospital, Regional Center for Border Health, and labs that process those tests, that send samples for sequencing. So we are getting reports on a regular basis. We're also currently having conversations with the U of A and the State Department of Health Services to do the same thing with the wastewater surveillance program. So we will have two mechanisms to do that. The trick to that is because it takes typically, not all tests are sequenced, and because it could take 1 or 2 weeks, by the time you identify a variant circulating in your community, you're usually playing catch up. It's been around. And so the fact that we haven't reported a case here does not necessarily mean that an Omicron case, that we don't have it present in the community. So again, the precautions are the same. And so we just want to remind people, but yes, we are conducting active surveillance to detect new variants.
Any other questions?
That was going to be,
Yeah,
Mr.
sure.
Chair and
Supervisor.
Diana, the Department of Homeland Security came. Is there any, can you brief us on anything that was COVID related that they talked about?
So we did. We met with the Department of Homeland Security last week. One of the concerns, our primary concern again, was overwhelming the healthcare system and the tax that it took. We talked about some of the strategies that they're doing as far as assisting. It's determined, or I guess emphasized again, that we're all competing for the same staffing resources. And so we're seeing those staffing shortages, those high, the inability to procure ICU beds and staffing was commonplace. We talked about how we're dealing with the asylum seekers. And again, the positivity rate among the asylum seekers is fairly low. We have a nonprofit that's currently testing them, and they seem to range around 3%. So our in-community transmission rate amongst unvaccinated people is actually higher. So the surge in the hospital of COVID patients is not related to the asylum seekers. There's other issues that but the surge in actual COVID cases is community driven. It's our community. It's our community, yes, and that's what you're seeing in other communities as well. So yes, they're addressing that, and there's cases. And normally, our hospital system in the winter, we see we have flu, we have cold, we have other respiratory viruses. We have an influx of visitors to our community. We have migrant farm workers. We have asylum seekers. So yes, typically there's a strain, but the COVID cases are community driven.
So
I know that's a question.
Mr. Chair and Diana, so those folks that are out there saying that the migrants are causing, or the asylum seekers are causing our hospital to be overrun, are incorrect.
Not with the COVID cases, no.
Thank you.
All right. But yes.
I just had a quick question. It's flu season. How's our flu looking? You never hear anything about the flu.
Flu is still circulating. There's still plain old regular colds and flu. And actually, we are on week 50. We track it for 52 weeks, and we're on week 49. And to date, we have 3 lab confirmed cases of flu. Again, lab confirmed means you went to an urgent care, you went to a hospital or your provider, they tested you, and it's lab confirmed. We could have more circulating, but on record, compared to the hundreds we typically see at this time of year. So we have 3 actual confirmed flu cases.
That's
on
one
week
of
49.
the very few positive notes that this pandemic, the impacts that this pandemic has had. People are washing their hands more often. They're not touching their faces often. They're watching themselves. Some of them still wearing masks. So it's having an impact in other transmissible diseases that are transmitted through the air. So yeah, we do have lower cases of flu from what I've heard, but they're easily overridden by the increase in cases of COVID, especially looking at more infectious, faster spreading mutations of the virus. It's something to be careful with, because even though it seems like it's not as serious, the numbers are going to overwhelm if we don't watch it. So I'd say we've got to be vigilant. We got to keep our guard up.
Yes, please have a safe holiday season.
Responsible test. If you don't want to vaccinate, test. All right. Anything else for Diana? No, Diana. Thank you very much. And you can but we will move on, I hope, to appointments. Clerk of the board, action to appoint members of the Board of Supervisors to the following boards and commissions. This is by the board. There's only two appointments that the board makes at this time. One is to the Western Arizona Economic Development District Board, which I think we're on a way of disbanding, so it may just be a temporary appointment, but I still need to be appointed to that board for a little while. And the other one is to the Yuma Metropolitan Planning Organization Executive Board. Those are two board appointments, so I'm gonna need a motion and a second to reappoint those members. There's been a motion, is there's a second to reappoint the members of the Board of
Second.
Supervisors that are currently serving in the Western Arizona Economic Development District and the Yuma Metropolitan Planning Organization Executive Board. There's been a motion and a second to reappoint, yes, the same individuals. I mean, the district is for me, and the other one, I think it's
Martine and Jonathan.
Martin and Jonathan. So there's been a motion and a second. Any discussion on the appointment? If not, all those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Now, as the chairman of the board, I will appoint the following members to serve on the following boards and commissions for calendar year 2022. There are very little changes. I think there was one change, and it would be the Chamber of Commerce Legislative Affairs Committee, where I will switch the alternate to the primary and the primary to the alternate, if that's okay. I don't think I've seen any of the other ones being changed. So I will appoint the same members as they serve now to the boards they serve at this time. I think that there is an appointment, well, that the board makes, but it's already made. That would be to the benefit team committee, and that's already been made, I think, in the last meeting. So I will hereby appoint those members that serve on those committees to continue serving on those committees, with the exception of the Chamber of Commerce Legislative Affairs Committee, which will switch.
Jonathan will be the primary, I'll be the alternate.
Is that good enough of motion? Did that cover everything? Okay, well then I'll do the appointments. I mean, I don't need a motion. I'll just do the appointments. I hereby appoint them to serve on those committees as listed. We'll move on to Facilities Management Health District to provide direction to staff upon hearing an updated presentation on prioritized health department facility renovation project option, including remodel, expansion, reconstruction, and development of a remote satellite clinic space, as to which option the board wishes to pursue. David?
Chairman Reyes, members of the board, Dave Hillen again, Director of Facilities Management. With me is Diana Gomez, Chief Health Officer. We're going to tag team this today and review the options.
Here you got a new one
to the facility. We have expanded on one. So what's happened since the last time we met? Just as a recap, we met, of course, back in April with ULR Group Architects to provide the results of the first phase, the assessment where we really determined what the needs for the facility were. And then, of course, I was back here last month to go over, I believe, 5 different options, ranging from a simple remodel to a full new facility. So what we've done since that time, what we were asked to do is go back and look at those, working closely with Diana and her staff, and really determine what was going to be the option that seemed to check the most boxes and meet the needs of her facility, both now and going forward, and to rank them then. So as essentially one of those has been removed. We have essentially options 1 through 4, working backwards, I guess. So again, going back as part of this recap, through that first assessment, we determined that the needs really can be grouped into these 3 areas for the facility. You've heard some conversation already today about a shortage of staff for the health department, and how the space is not there for the staff that she has. Oftentimes there are 2 or more in an office that was designed for 1. And that has also led to using conference rooms, meeting rooms, and things of that nature as offices, which means that there's very little space left over for having a sort of group gathering other than the auditorium, which of course the auditorium has been used primarily as a testing and vaccination center for several months now. So that's not as available as we would like it to be. And then the third point relates to safety and security. Being able to really monitor the front entrance area. There is no main lobby as you come into the building right now. You're immediately accessing the main corridors. And the public has the ability to access all parts of the facility by means of that circular corridor. So those are the 3 areas that we really focused on in trying to find the option that's going to address all 3 equally. Again, as part of the reminder here, the overall site that you see here, approximately 7.5 acres, with the facility located pretty much central with public parking to the south, staff and county vehicles parked to the north. This trailer here is the emergency management in half, and Diana's emergency preparedness office in the other half, and our TV housing up here as well.
Where's the warehouse supposed to be?
The warehouse actually is going to go across the street right here in this corner. And then, what's that?
Where IT is?
Yeah, the backside of facilities management and ITS readily available. And the hope is that someday when we're able to develop the site fully, that will become part of that new site or redeveloped site, and that there will be a new warehouse for health here. So this is the current layout and distribution of space by division. And this was also used as a reminder of some of these structural obstacles that we have, all these solid red lines, which are these structural load-bearing walls, which are difficult to work around. And it highlights as well some of the shortage of space at the divisional level, such as WIC. You see the bulk of it here, and then a portion on this side of the building, and some of these others just split up and in areas that were never really intended to house that particular division to begin with, so kind of a make-do situation that we have. I just wanted to, you saw this before as well last month, but just to briefly remind, I guess, that this was laid out. Obviously, we have our current square footage per division here. The required is based on current needs. It does not necessarily look to the future far anyway, with the exception, I think, of our meeting and training room space. You can see this is the biggest area of increase. We estimate that we need to almost triple that amount of space. But this came out of the initial assessment done by DLR Group Architects, where they really looked at how the space was being used now and how it should be sized to meet current needs. And one thing I wanted to highlight on here as well, just as an example, you might see a relatively small increase in required additional square footage, such as with vital records. What we've done here is really look at each of these areas and determine what space is not being used efficiently. Vital records is a great example because they have an oversized lobby that is underutilized and really can't be used as anything other than that. As well as there's kind of an alcove sort of space that's not used at all. So we've deducted that unused space and then added needed space which results in a relatively minor net gain overall space, but more usable, if you will. So I'll give you the control of the fast forward button. If you don't want to hear why this is ranked number 4, I'm happy to skip right to the preferred option. If you do, I can go through each of these and explain why.
Just skip to the
why it's a challenge, if you will. So we did, this is kind of in reverse order. Again, this was the first option that we looked at, which was just a remodel. We expanded a little bit to include some expansion of space where it was obviously straightforward to do so, and a little bit more. And some of them included leaving the University of Arizona Extension offices in the building, and some relocated them out. This is the second choice, and it's a viable option, but it still results in some challenges overall. This was the 4th option presented in November, and this is the one that we've expanded to provide additional detail on for today's discussion because it is the preferred option. And I'll let Diana explain why it seems to check most of those boxes in terms of the needs for her facility. But the concept here is that we would expand. I'm actually missing a word down here. It's an expansion to remodel plus a new construction, the new construction being located essentially as a separate building attached to the rest of the facility down here to provide the additional space that
what would that additional space be utilized?
Well, I'll carry it or take it away.
So yeah, so this is what we were looking at. And so the challenge right now is that since we moved into the building, we have actually played musical chairs with the departments. We've taken over janitor's closets. We have no conference space because it's all been converted to office space. We, right now during the pandemic, like I said before, have been, the only health department that has constantly had the clinics. We did our vaccination clinics in the auditorium. We've basically taken out the auditorium over the last, since vaccines became available. And prior to that, because we used it as our EOC overflow. And so that's rendered it, unusable for us and for the U of A as well. And so when we're looking at the new construction in light of the pandemic and how our role we see moving forward in the future, We've managed to maintain, for example, the immunizations department with our regular school age vaccination clinics, as well as maintaining the COVID vaccine clinics. And we saw an opportunity with this particular design, to get a centralized lobby, which you can see right there, which would allow for people to actually, right now there's not a centralized lobby, people just kind of wander around. It's a security issue. We've had issues in the building before, so it makes a safer space for both the public and our staff. The new addition that you see up here would be the clinical area. We're interested in moving all our clinical services up front to gain greater accessibility to the public. You could see that our immunization clinic would move there, our family planning, our nursing. We now do school physicals. That would be all readily accessible in the front. You could see some covered area where it says drive-through. Many of you that saw our clinics before, we keep in mind that not everybody could get out of the car, that not anybody could just walk into our building. So we want to improve on that, and that will actually provide us that opportunity to be able to, we did a lot of homebound where nursing staff went out. We'd still do that, but if people have the ability to come, also with testing, is this, which one's the, I don't want to press it in. Right by the number 3, you can see that little covered area. That would be, again, for our testing. Right now we're doing on-site for school personnel and some other essential employees, rapid testing. Again, I think we're the only health department that is doing that on site. That'll allow us to do something similar to that, or vaccinations, where people could be on the right side. But basically, it would move all our nursing staff to one area of the building, making it more accessible to the general public. And then it would give us space in the other departments, like WIC. Right now is divided into 3 spaces. We set up desks, cubicles in hallways. We have, if you've been to the health department, you know we have some pretty wide hallways. We have them set up in hallways. We have them in different spaces. We don't have any teaching rooms. All our conference rooms were taken over again and converted into office space. Those conference rooms, the moderately sized ones, now house 5 or 6 people. When I had the CDC here down 3 times, when they were working with us last year. And even though we were all in the same building, we were all in different parts of the building because we didn't have a space, we didn't have a meeting room available. So the challenges for us, again, as far as training, as far as being able to expand our clinics, as far as ensuring the safety precautions, have been really, really challenging. And again, this option provided us the ability to have secure areas while still ensuring that the public has access to the most needed services in a very flexible manner. And that takes into account some of the spaces like some of our busier departments, moving towards, and again, storage, even in-house storage. Right now, you look at that facility that we're building, that's because we have tons of storage facilities all over town. And every time somebody needs PPE, like we do on Fridays when we distribute PPE to our schools, or testing kits to our schools, our nursing homes, the different clinical facilities, we have to run all over town to grab supplies. So for us, being able to have staff secure, patient, safety, and again, be able to expand, we've continued to expand our services. And so I'm really proud of the fact that not only have we maintained our services, but we continue to expand and build upon them. And so this actually would give us that little breathing room, and actually would be able to let us expand to other areas. For example, our in-house rotations for our medical assistant students and our nursing students, because right now they're like in the break room or they're in somebody's office. So actually that's something that we're really interested in expanding. It worked really well during the pandemic. We had tons of students do their rotation and help us do testing and vaccination. So we want to be able to make that again permanent, but we want to be able to do that.
Promotion?
Health promotions in that corner area is all our chronic disease injury prevention. So our car seat classes, or diabetes, or asthma, all that chronic disease.
Where's the group that goes out and checks restaurants?
So that's environmental health.
Got it.
The green one. And that again, see how it would move to the more towards the front of the lobby. We have people, we inspect restaurants obviously, but we do pools, daycares. We have people come in to take their food handler card. We have the food vendors that come in, and we have to inspect their trucks and make sure everything's on par. So again, it provides a more comprehensive access to the building. And right now we've moved so many times that if you're looking for a particular department, part of it might be in this part of the building, part of it might be in the storage closet on the other side. So we're just,
Okay, now, hold on.
Mr. Chair, EMP is emergency planning, I'm
Hold
sorry.
on, just one question in between all this barrage.
That's
Hold
for
on.
emergency planning.
So emergency preparedness is, yeah, emergency preparedness, and that's our
Which
team that
HVAC?
works to secure the PPE, the people that set up the initial testing. So
That's fine. And just hold on a minute.
Yes.
Just wanted to ask a couple of questions before we got moving on. One, you were very clear. You guys were very clear that you needed more shared meeting, training conference space. And in this particular one, I see the fives. There's a small five and another small five, and then I don't see any shared meeting or training or conference space.
Another small
Unless the
five.
R&R where the lobby is and there's a white space. Is that white space supposed to be like?
The large one is labeled as MB for multi-purpose. That would be the key addition in the new building.
Where?
South, the purple block.
Down lower left-hand corner.
MP, multi-purpose, down in
Right
front,
above immune.
between immunization and nursing.
I labeled that separately just to kind of draw attention to that fact that this would be used in a number of different ways. Again, it's roughly 3/4 the size of the auditorium right now. This is just space. This is just conceptual.
So the
It would be larger
auditorium
than
would
that.
be one.
So we would have the
And
auditorium.
what is that blank space between nursing and family planning?
Restrooms?
No,
In here?
that one there. What is
This
it?
is an outdoor corridor. So this is a separate construction. It's a standalone building here that's adjoined through the lobby corridor.
Yeah, so that's natural light,
Yes.
kind of like natural light. But aren't you going to sort of make it so that your safety area, which is the entryway, it's going to be open, basically pretty much open to someone coming home on the side?
One.
I mean, if you leave it like that?
I'm sorry.
No. See, there's a couple of issues here. One is a safety issue. You know, you want one entrance, you want people to get there and then distribute along the facility. By leaving an open area like that on the side, that basically almost communicates with the lobby. Aren't you just opening yourself up to a safety issue unless you close it up?
This space here?
Yeah, aren't
Yeah,
you
there
like?
would be access here for,
Would that-
as an emergency egress out this way.
But it wouldn't be for access for individuals?
No. This is essentially on the back side, if you will. So this would be staff.
Okay, so the new facility means, I mean, if you go for this expansion, remodel, new construction, it gives all of us something to argue for. There's some new building, there's people who like to think remodeling is the way to go. There's something for everybody.
I want the university to be
Well, I'll tell you
in
that
there
was-
somewhere.
See, I can't get there because I was going to get there. So this means that the university is not going to be in this building. We're going to have to locate him someplace else, correct?
Correct.
There's no, basically you're liberating a lot of space by actually moving the U of A facility from there someplace else and adding a new portion. But it's about 10,000 square feet of.
This building here is about 10,000. We're looking at about, actually have
No, it's better use for of the total space. I mean, it is better use. Are you remodeling the administrative, your offices?
Yes, this.
Good for
Yeah,
you.
this would be, this was the area that was actually designed for expansion on the original construction.
That's that empty
So we're
space.
taking advantage of that, which adds about 2,800 square feet of space, and that is directly adjacent to administration. So the thinking is that,
Okay, so you
remodel
create.
as well as that space.
Be in the back corner.
You're
yeah.
creating a new entry lobby, which will then there probably would be an island in there, but it looks like a counter, an island in there to direct people different ways. You go in there, you ask, where is this department, and you'll be sent there. So there is some sort of safety measures that will be in place. Moving out U of A and adding new space, about 10, 12,000, because you're adding a corner where administration has some space in the back. So this is a combination of everything we talked about, a remodel, an expansion, and a new construction, correct?
Correct. We're also showing, and not necessarily in this corner right here, but there could be a security officer desk up here at the front, either with the receptionist or in close proximity, and they'll have good.
Is that R&R means rest and recreation?
Public restrooms located here.
And private
Well, it is
restrooms
rest
in
and
the back
recreation,
for your
some way.
employees.
And undoubtedly, there's a number of small single occupant restrooms scattered throughout the building, so we would maintain some of them. If there's not a use for them, then they could be converted.
So again, that white area is empty?
Yeah, this is a landscaped area right now, and it would be essentially closed into like a landscaped area.
No, we don't want a landscaparian.
Not really landscape, I guess is probably the wrong word for it, but
An internal, an internal
Atrium.
place, an atrium.
Just the patio.
Just a patio thing.
very difficult space to try. You saw, I don't know if you did see some of the earlier options.
Yeah. No.
We attempted to look to expand and fill that in with building space, but it'd be.
Wouldn't that be enough? And do you need, the side entrance, you need it for safety issues. You need to have a place you can release people in an emergency that not go through the front door. Is that what you're thinking?
Correct, partly, and really just to provide separation. When you put a new building up next to an existing, you need to maintain a minimum amount of space in between. The thinking here too, as far as really connecting this, this building would be connected to the rest by data, by electrical, security systems and all that sort of thing to operate as one continuous facility, if you will. But at the same time, it'll be able to operate independently in terms of HVAC systems, plumbing systems, et cetera. So it could even be, we obviously haven't gotten to level design, but we could provide a direct exterior access just to this building and secure, maybe secure doors here, something like that. So if there was some sort of after-hours clinic or event going on, this space could be used while preventing access to the rest of the building here.
You guys have achieved something that I thought couldn't be achieved. You have put all of our concerns together into one. People who were concerned about building a new building are now off the hook. People who were thought we needed a new portion, it's on there. People who thought we should remodel, it's on there. So you've come up with an option that we all can latch on to some way. Supervisor Simmons, the satellite units, we'll get to it in a minute.
My only real question is, with this expansion, will this meet your needs, the health department needs for years to come? Are we going? I don't want to come back and readdress this in 5 years. Like, all right, we don't have enough room.
It'll
So
take us
now
5
we've
years
got
to
go
build
get
it, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
That'll take that long time.
Wait, Gore's here. I mean, it will take us 3 or 4 years to get it done.
Yeah, but even 10 years. Will this meet your needs for the extended future?
Say 10 years.
Yeah, I think right now our biggest challenge right now, it'd be so nice to have the extra space right now. We're taking into account that new addition really gives us a lot of flexibility. One of our challenges, as we've been able to procure competitive grant funding for staffing and for some of our services, is that there's come funding where we could have used technology or some other thing for like training rooms, and we haven't been able to use that again because we don't have that capacity right now with our space. So yes, I mean, I think designing a new building from scratch and doing it, because right now we played musical chairs, but this provides a very viable option for us for the future.
Each of the block diagrams for each division was designed with that thought in mind, that to allow for future growth as well. So it's sized up a little bit, if you will, to provide some flexibility. We also tried to design in some of these support space, if you will, whether it's meeting room space or lobby space or storage space, that if it came to it, if any one of those divisions needed to grow somewhere further, that would be the first place we would look then, such as WIC, we could expand out to the east down the road if needed. So I think we have the space here, at least 20, 25 year time frame, unless some brand new entire division comes along that we're not aware of at this point.
Right, so the answer is yes. They, at least the foreseeable future.
I just don't want to.
Something to say.
I mean, I think the satellites and also, I think before I make a decision on this, is I think Susan, we need to have a plan and look ahead of all the buildings that we're gonna have, be empty. Where's the extension gonna be moved? We got to keep them up to date too. But we're gonna have this building empty soon, another building empty. I just look what happened across the street. I just don't want that to happen again. So we need to have a plan before we start making decisions. And then all of a sudden, when we do something, and then, we needed this, or we got this building empty. I think we really need to see a plan, Mr. Chair.
In other words, an accommodations plan. What we're talking about is the result of all these new buildings where people are going to be and people are going to go. Some sort of holistic approach that includes everybody, not just one building or the other building. I think with the lesson that we're learning as we buy buildings in the corner to accommodate people, as we send them to Fourth Avenue, sort of gives you an idea that when we need some space or we need to move somewhere, we need to plan it before we do it. And then I take that, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but what he's saying is, look, if we're going to do something that's going to impact any kind of tenant in a building, in a county building, whether it's, widening, whether it's going to IT. I mean, look, there's going to be some disturbances as we build all these new facilities or remodel current facilities that are going to move people somewhere else. And I think what we're talking about here is to try to be more holistic in our approach and take into account that there's going to be disruptive and that we need to have a plan for the end result, right? When we finish, we need to, and it's going to be a very expensive proposition. And
every move.
I can tell you, I can tell you, when we built Highway 95, it was a $63 million project that turned into 70-some million projects. When we built the county courthouse, it was supposed to be a $22 million. It turned out to be a $25 million project. It just seems to me we have been able to sort of react, I think, more. We're reacting more to the needs and we're adapting more to the needs than we have a plan to deal with them in the future. And I think we need to start getting ahead of the ball game here and have an actual, plan that says, okay, we're going to do this in hopes that for the next 10 to 20 years, we don't have to do it again for anyone. We're going to try to get everybody where they're supposed to be for the next 10 to 20 years. So a building plan or an infrastructure plan should be a plan, and it should get us to where we want to be without having to do piecemeal, without having to do a little here and a little there. The experience in the front over there, look, I mean, I'm the only one left from that group, and I can tell you, I was probably the only one that was against it. So, I don't like to do old buildings. I really don't. I think that this is not an old building. I mean, this is not a relatively old building, but anything that's made out of brick, like the corner here, anything that's made out of construction material, I know it wouldn't withstand the new regulations that we try to make them apply to. I live that all the time. So going back to, let's come up with a plan. Let's come up with a plan of what happens when we do things like this, and where does everybody go, and where are we going to be 10 to 20 years from now, and have this be a plan instead of just being piecemeal solutions to problems that they come up, okay? And I thank you. You came up with a plan that I think, like I said, everybody can accept it. So other than the fact that we need to know where U of A is going to go if this is done, and we need to know what happens to the satellite facilities in Welton or in Somerton or South Carolina, whatever they're going to be, other than complementary to this, I think that today we can probably vote in a way to let you know, or we can give you directions in a way that you can proceed, at least with an option that may work. The other ones, for one reason or another, didn't work. It was either new construction or remodeling. I hate remodeling, and it wouldn't have solved our problems anyway. It would have just delayed it. So, does anybody in the board have any?
Yes, you've heard mine already. The buildings out in the back, the trailers, are they still there?
We have emergency
still there after you're done.
The TV trailers will still be there, and then emergency preparedness, which is right next to it. They would move inside our building, and emergency management would move out.
So that building would be free?
The trailer?
That space would be free.
That space would be free. Could we put U of A there?
That's where we
build a new facility for them. They're too large to be put in a trailer like that.
Oh.
There would be more candidates for this building or the building in the corner.
And that was stored, yeah. Well, we need to leave them somewhere right there.
Oh.
I think.
No,
I don't want them down here.
Okay, all right, well, that's part of the plan, right? We need to come up with a plan of where we're gonna put them. I think that right now, what you're asking us, is this a plan that you guys can continue on, or do we need to make any other changes? I think that the only other changes that I'd like to see is where U of A is going to go, and what about the satellite facilities, and eventually, what are we going to do with the empty spaces that we have in that same site?
Mr. Chair, and Diana and Dave, could the new nursing part that you're putting in the front, could you put something over here on this side for U of A next to them, next to your WIC?
What would you want to leave them there?
Because of the Moody Garden and the fact that they do all that, and all that 4-H and stuff is related to it as well. And its proximity to the U of A Extension Service and
Where's the U of A Extension Services? Aren't
on
they there?
8th Street, where
So
where
U of A is
King
currently
They're here,
housed,
they're there.
U of A is currently housed where that nursing area is right now.
I know they are.
No,
Yeah, right there.
but that's what you're remodeling.
Correct.
That's the part that's all
That's what we're
going.
proposing.
Uh-huh.
Well,
Can you take out your atrium and put them in there and then move the rest of it out in front?
Well, you know, I think the issue was when we were looking at this, it wasn't to move U of A out. It was about whatever the needs were, building a new facility versus having the availability to expand the health department to meet its needs. I don't think that space you're talking about would be big enough. One of the other issues was just making sure that it was just like all clinical services because we enter, but I don't think that space would be big enough for their services.
yeah, they do, it appears to require between 4,000 and 5,000 square feet of space, so you talk about a plan, I'm not
Health
saying this is the
promotion,
plan,
WIC,
but
and
the
vitals.
thinking was that there was space.
On the east side of those, would they fit there?
No.
No, afraid not.
We have to have that parking over there? It's
Yes,
required?
We need to maintain access around the perimeter, correct?
Ah, okay.
Well, that's maybe what Supervisor Porches is referring to when he talks about having a plan. You know, what are you going to do with them? Where are they going to go? Are they going to stay around close? I mean, are we are we going to end up building them another facility just so they can stay close? I mean, I think U of A it's been a partner of us for years, and I think we like to accommodate them. I'm not sure that this concept means they'll get to stay next to the Moody Garden. It may be that they need to be nearby, and maybe we'll end up with the plan doing something for IT and something expanding in there that allows them to be nearby. But this one,
and I think, you know, when we start talking about construction, one thing is just to talk what we want. I want a lot of things, and I can talk about them, but when I put a design in front of me and something like this, then it's saying that, okay, you know, we're ready to move. You're presenting something to us we're going to vote on, or give direction. But I think within that building, if we have other agencies there, I think we need to get them involved. And I think, you know, that's anywhere. We should, you know.
and we should have a plan to either, if we're
we
going to
should have a
relocate them,
plan.
we should have a plan.
Yeah.
And they should involve them.
So, I mean, I like, yeah, we need space, we need more space, but, you know,
Where are they going to go?
Where are
I
they
guess
gonna
the
go?
next question is, where is the U of A going to go? I think that needs to be put together with the plan.
And go ahead.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, U of A is a land grant school that was started before Arizona became a state. And because of that, they are attached to Yuma County. And we are somehow, I'm not sure exactly how we're connected to them, but we are connected to them because they're a land grant college. So can you?
So yeah, each county is required to provide space for the extension office in their county.
Yes, there you go.
So that's what I mean. I mean, if we're going to come up with a plan that is going to put them someplace else, they need to go where they're going to be. They need to know where they're going to be. But, and again, I'm not talking about next year. I don't think this is a next year type of plan. I mean, it may be a start of something and a start of redesign, but as I was mentioned before, I think there's a lot of planning that goes into it. I like the fact that the county health department has finally found a way to deal with their growth. Now we get to deal with the U of A. Where are they going to go? Where they're going to, if we decide to go with this plan, where are they going to go? How close do they need to be? Yeah, I think we need to deal with that.
What are we going to do with Hofstadters after we get them in place?
That's what I mean. I think location-wise, there's going to be some locations where they can be, but I wasn't thinking I really wasn't thinking that they needed to be next to the garden. So, you know, that kind of threw me off a little bit because I didn't think the garden sort of needed U of A to be next to them. I mean, as much as they need to maintain it and it's a project, I didn't realize, maybe that's what Supervisor Porches is referring to with, let's have a conversation with them too.
Well, and because we don't know, that's the thing. I mean, they might say, yeah, we're okay moving out, you know, going someplace else and still keeping the garden there, but you know, we just
Yeah,
we
I
gotta
was-
get
I was-
them
I was-
involved.
I was made
And
aware
that's-
early not to do anything with the garden, that it was like a, you know, treasure piece of land. Sacred, that's right. I was told it was sacred. So,
What are the gardeners called?
Master gardeners.
Master Gardeners Program, and that's what they use, so.
okay, good. I'm getting an education and U of A.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
No, and I think it's important to say, yes, U of A provides, you know, some very important community services, and I don't want that to be the message. The reason this plan was like this was because we were looking at new construction or an alternative of what remodeling would look like. It's not to, you know, displace the U of A or in any way reflect. And for the record, we work really closely, Russ is a great neighbor, and we work really closely with the U of A on the public health and the medical side. So we have strong ties to the University of Arizona. Their students have been doing our contact tracing. We've been vaccinating with them. So yeah, we recognize that as well. The reason the plan looks like this was because you asked for an alternative to what a actual new construction would look like, and it was the remodel that would allow. This building is right smack in the middle of the
whole big
whole
square.
thing. And when you start remodeling, there's those walls that can't be moved, which poses a challenge of where do we put our staff? And our staff, our equipment, and the stuff that we're distributing to the facility is already distributed. At one point, we were in the county attorney's office filling up their closets. We used risk management. So my staff is running all over the county trying to secure a meeting space or to store stuff, and it's challenging. And so when we looked at the different options and to address, you know, Supervisor Simmons' point, with room for expansion that met the needs, this was the best viable option that we came up with. So really clear that in no way meant to, you know.
I'm surprised you didn't try to use some of the.
I have a question. Sure. Dan,
But we have people drive up, and we're giving them tons and tons, you know, for a year and a half, and so we have delivery trucks, and so it's just we've made the best
I'm
of what
having
we
a
have.
tough time managing who wants to talk first and who wants to
I'm
talk
sorry,
second.
I'm
So
sorry.
Supervisor
I'll be
Porch
quiet.
has been trying to get a word edgewise, so, you know, come to.
Just a question then. You know, this is, let's say we were to go with this. So a satellite health station wouldn't be needed till later down in the future.
Right. Yes. What we were looking at is we were looking at the availability of space, dedicated space. We talked about maybe having a space at the school out in Dayton or something like that, where we could rotate our services. Right now, we've been working really closely with the municipalities. In Dayton, the school has been amazing about letting us go out there and vaccinate at our clinics. We're starting school physicals. In Somerton, the city's been letting us use space. We have a WIC clinic there that's sharing space, I believe, with the city of Somerton. So when we were looking at a satellite office, that's because that was brought up in the board, and we were thinking of having a very small footprint that would allow us to rotate our services through there to have something midway between Yuma and Somerton. And in the East County, we were looking at partnering again with one of the schools so that it would be something where we would have dedicated space. Because right now, for example, when we do a clinic or even in our auditorium, we drag or testing, we drag all the equipment there, and on the way back, we drag it all back, and we send staff there, we send staff back, and having staff dispersed everywhere, and having our staff, there's additional security risks, we're transporting things back and forth. So those are the challenges there. But we were looking at, if we did the Somerton one, having a very small footprint. I think the original discussion was having it near the school, which would be, ideal. But again, just having a very small dedicated space. We already have WIC out there. And it's just, again, WIC is growing, our caseload is growing. And so it was to accommodate those for the residents, because we currently have a very small office in San Luis as part of the San Luis complex and a very small office in Somerton. So again, it was just added a dedicated clinical space to be able to provide those types of services to those residents. But again, yeah, a small footprint.
But and this is what I'm talking about planning, because, I see it as in the future for the next 20, 25, 30 years. South County, I mean, it's over 60,000 population right now.
What is it?
It's close to
60, yeah,
60,000.
between San Luis and
Yeah,
Somerton.
and then up on the mesa. So, I mean, that would alleviate a lot of, people that need this building, that would come to this building right now if we had something either in South County. Same thing in the east. So I think we're not thinking, ahead that much, because eventually we do this, and 5 years down the road, we're gonna need a satellite somewhere or two.
Yeah, but not for all services. What we were looking at the satellite office was just diversifying our nursing, our clinical services, like our testing, our vaccination, and all that stuff needs to be stored. It needs to be kept at a temperature in a secure location, expanding those types of services. For the most part, this remodel, we outgrew that building years and years ago. So this is to give us some breathing room and to be able to account for some future growth. But even with the expansion, because we're not looking at huge buildings as part of satellite buildings.
Yeah, no,
that wouldn't be viable.
and that's been the talks. I don't think we need
Yeah, I
that.
know.
Yeah, I agree.
Look, guys, I can tell you from personal experience, we have an office. The health department has a part of a building in San Luis, Arizona, in South County, and I can tell you right now, it's underused, and it's because people come to the health department for whatever they think. Maybe that would change the mentality, but my experience is that the people look at the health department in Yuma. It's like a library, like a main library. You may have branches out there, but they still come to the main building. And maybe that needs to be retrained. Maybe we need some retraining so people start using more of the services where they're at. But nursing, immunization, vital records, there are some things that you can't move out there that require a different set of tools, infrastructure. I think that a combination should work for us, and within for the next 10, 20, 30 years, I think people need to have access to the services where they're at. I mean, some people just can't get transportation. So it's good to think of satellite offices. I think it's good to think of satellite offices, but I think it's going to require some sort of a strategy, marketing strategy, to get people to go to those locations, the WIC locations, or whether they're family. I mean, family planning is a controversial issue to put everywhere. But again, I think that the more we talk about it, the more there seems to be a need to plan this over the next 10 to 20 years to find the right combination between putting those services out where people can get them and advertising that more, having them use more locations, and at the same time trying to deal with the fact that you just overgrew that building already. And the fact that we have a relationship with U of A. I mean, there's so many factors included in this particular thing that I wasn't really thinking about until today. I was thinking all we needed to do was decide how we wanted to proceed forward, what kind of design, what kind of expansion. I just found out, I mean, again, that there is sort of a need to plan it, that there's, satellites to be considered, that there's U of A relationships to be taken into account, stuff that I think requires for us to sort of slow it down. I mean, I do like the remodel concept.
I do too.
And I like the fact that it's going to be a remodel expansion and new construction. I think it gives all of us an option that we can all get behind. I was having a tough time thinking of a new building. It's total when we have a building that's relatively new compared to some of the older buildings where we're sitting. But I think it's going to take a little more to cook this stew. I mean, it's going to take a little more planning behind it. It's going to take a little broader approach to it. It means bringing in some of the partners we work with. It could be, again, some of the city, Somerton, for example, the U of A, and bring them in and sort of come to us with a sort of a complete project that takes us 10 to 20 years in health services, not just the building, but how we're going to provide health services to this growing county in the different areas that are experiencing such high levels of growth. It was at one point in time, personally, for me, a concept that we all pursued at the time. We all wanted, that's why we had Justice Court built in San Luis. That's why we had expansion done in San Luis. That's why we went over there and built a park out in the foothills. It's because, we're trying to decentralize county government so that so that people who live in the outlying areas can feel they're sort of part of that growth. And so one of these days we'll be talking about Martinez Lake, I guess. But at this particular time, I think that this requires behind it some sort of a more complete approach to, okay, what happens, where does E of A go if they're not here? What happens to those satellite locations and who will sign behind them and who, in other words, have a plan about what we're gonna do with them. If we don't have a plan to build them right away, at least have a plan, okay, in 5 years, we'll be looking at a location in South County or Somerton. We use South County now as an expression of anything on the south. But there's eastern portions of the county that are going to need a plan to how do you deal with them. I mean, you've got already working relationships with the school districts. It's a matter of getting together with them and signing some sort of intergovernmental agreement that essentially allows us to plan for the services to be there 5 or 10 years down the road. Is there anything else you guys like to add to that? That should be the message. We say continue, just give us the additional information that's going to make the plan a go for the next 10 to 20 years. Okay? Right? Otherwise, we're going to be here for a long time. Thank you, Dave. Again, thanks a lot. I think you guys have moved the process forward quite a bit. We do have item number 7 that's been moved to 1:30. I don't particularly like the way it's listed to discuss because it really doesn't give us much level to discuss. It just gives us a recommendation, but I can't change it right now anyway. So we're going to move on to the planning and zoning agenda. Wait until 1:30 to discuss everything broadband. The planning and zoning agenda, we have full legal descriptions, property size for all rezoning cases. They're available for public review at the Yuma County Board of Supervisors office. They're full presentations. The first one is a rezoning, or the first ones are rezoning public hearing items, where the staff will make a full presentation in each of the following items, and there will be separate discussion, a public hearing, and action by the Board of Supervisors. The first one is public hearing, minor amendment, case number 2108, Albert Ceja, agent for Cash New Homes LLC, request to change the land use designation of parcel 22,870 square feet in size from industrial to urban density residential assessor parcel number 666, that's not a good number, dash 26007, located at 2305 East 15th Street, Yuma, Arizona. I thought of maybe bringing in that up a little bit.
Especially a week of Christmas.
Yeah, especially the week before Christmas. Yeah, starting with 666, it's not a good idea, but we'll listen to the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, Javier Barraza, Senior. Got it. Senior Plan presenting minor amendment case 2108. The intent of the applicant is to rezone the subject parcel to high-density residential to bring the property in compliance with its current multifamily residential use. This is the land use and vicinity map showing the subject parcel, parcel number 7, crosshatch at the center of the map, which is accessed along 15th Street on the north and along Engler Avenue on the west. The property is improved with 4 duplexes that were established 1960, 1968, and 69. They are non-conforming, established before the land use industrial. All surrounding land use of from the property is industrial, and on the northwest is low-density residential. The applicant doesn't plan to do any improvements. This is an aerial view, and orange is the residential uses surrounding the property. In cyan are the industrial uses surrounding the property. This is a view looking southeast of the subject parcel from the northwest corner. You see the 4 duplexes there. Now looking southwest of the subject parcel from the northeast corner. Staff received comments from MCS not opposing this request. Staff received comments in opposition of the request from 3 properties within the notification area. They're around the southwest corner of the subject parcel. The Planning Commission recommends approval of minor amendment case 21-08. Staff concurs with that recommendation based on the following. The proposed amendment is considered an overall improvement to the plan. The proposed change is compatible with adjoining existing residential uses. The proposed change does address an oversight. And number 4, the existing industrial land use designation is not appropriate for the current residential use of the subject parcel in the immediate vicinity on the west, north, and east. Mr. Chairman, there is no rezoning case with this minor amendment yet. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Now, let me ask you a question. Why would people oppose it? I mean, I saw that there was some opposition in there. I mean,
Yes, I concur with the change to the land use to allow probably but it
It's
wasn't
already
just,
there.
it was,
It's like-
it wasn't like a clear explanation why. It was just proposing.
Does it bring in any need for a supermajority to doing it?
No, Mr. Chairman, not at this
So
point.
the three property owners that opposed it are not enough to, it's not a
To
percentage enough to
trigger
request,
that
to trigger a supermajority. So what you're asking us to do basically is bring something into compliance, isn't it? It's already done.
Chairman.
It's just that the zoning that it has does not fit the use that it currently has, and it's been there for a long time.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Before I bring it to the public hearing, does anybody have any questions from staff? If not, I'll open up the public hearing. If there's someone in the public that wants to address this issue in front of the board as it is right now, this is the time. If not, I'm gonna close the public hearing, bring it back to the board for their decision.
Make a motion to approve
As presented?
as presented.
Okay, there's been a motion to approve as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
Been motion and a second to approve minor amendment case number 2108 as presented. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll move on to item number 2, which is also for Development Services Planning and Zoning Division. And this is a public hearing. This is a rezoning case, number 2125. Donald Robbins and Associates, agent for 5 Management LLC, requested rezoning of a parcel totaling 7.05 acres in size from local commercial to recreational vehicle subdivision, located in the southwest corner of Foothills Boulevard and 48th Street, Yuma, Arizona. You will start with the PowerPoint presentation, Mr. Rubin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Again, Javier Barraza, Senior Planner, presenting rezoning case 21-25. The intent of the applicant is to allow the construction of a subdivision consisting of 36 lots. The subject parcel is 901, highlighted in red. It's vacant, access along 48th Street on the north and along Foothills Boulevard on the east. Property zone local commercial. Property on the north is zone local commercial as well, and it's improved with a convenience store and gas station. Parcels on the northwest, west, and south and east are zone RVS, is the locations of different various subdivisions. This is the site plan with a proposed subdivision, 36 lots, 2 access points. An aerial view showing the subject parcel. This is from 2017. If you look in southwest of the subject parcel from the northeast corner, in the middle of the parcel looking northwest, north of the subject parcel from the south. I received comments from MCAS not in favor of this request. Also, Isabel Garcia from ADA provided comments. The engineering department will review the tentative map in accordance with Yuma County subdivision regulations. The staff did not receive any opposition from residents at this time. The Planning Commission recommends approval of rezoning case 2125. Staff concurs with that recommendation, subject to the following performance condition. Within 60 days of approval by the board, the owner or in shall provide an RS 12-1134 waiver, record a range disclosure statement, record a navigation disclosure statement, and record a schedule for development disclosure statement, and the following schedule for development. The owner applicant shall record a final plat subdividing the property into parcels of at least 5,000 square feet in size within 5 years of board's approval of the rezoning case. Mr. Chairman, that concludes this presentation.
Any questions for the staff? And before I bring it up in front, I'm going to take it to a public hearing and ask Mary Lynn Finch, if she wants to address the board. She is from MCAS, Yuma? All right.
Chairman Reyes, members of the board. I'm Mary Ellen Finch, excuse me, Community Liaison Director of MCAS Yuma. This subject parcel lies within the BMGR buffer zone, and as such, the recommended density in that area agreed upon by the Board of Supervisors and within the community, comprehensive land use plan is 1 home per 2 acres. Obviously, 36 homes in 7 acres violates that. So ultimately, the CO would request that we would deny this.
Yeah, we understand the mechanics behind it.
But look
It
at
just
all that.
when you look at it, you go like, okay, it's like a little bit like the horse left the barn with the 2-acre requirement a long time ago. That area is actually, I mean, I mentioned this before, Mayor, and there is a sort of a sense that at some particular point, commercial was supposed to provide a buffer point.
Correct.
And for some reason, it's like farming in Yuma, right? When you have an agriculture owner, a farmer who wants to do something else with their land, they don't want you to protect them. It's the rest of the people that want them to protect them. So this one is kind of one of those situations where I'm going like, okay, well, this is supposed to be commercial. And I tell you, personally, we have a lot of those in San Luis. The state has set aside a lot of land for commercial. It never happens. It doesn't happen. A lot of residential development, but very little commercial development. And I'm not sure whether people really comprehend the fact that if you have commercial, general commercial, you may have some, effectively, you may put some uses in there you may object to at night, especially at night. So it's kind of one of those tough ones. But we understand the opposition from MCAS. Thank you very much, Mary. Is there anyone else that wants to address the board on this particular item in favor or against?
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Adrian Vega, Dahl Robinson Associates, 1560 South Fifth Avenue. So we were in front of you with this case, well, this property, a couple months ago with a townhome subdivision proposal. There was concern about the neighbors and concerns about the board about having a different zoning, not matching the adjacent properties. So we came back, did a new application. We're matching now the surrounding zonings. We had a lot reduction from going from 52 to 36 lots. And we agree to the conditions of approval from staff, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Right, so what you're saying is that under the proposed zoning, you would have designed a 52 lot subdivision, but you reduced it to 36 to sort of create a more.
On our old case, it was a townhome subdivision proposal.
Yeah,
it was a multifamily zoning, medium density residential zoning. So we took that back, and we're matching the surrounding properties.
So it was townhouse subdivision, which was 52 units, and they just sort of match what's in the neighborhood by 30, so to 36. This was approved by the planning and zoning with a 6-0 vote.
Correct.
7-0, 6-0.
Yeah, I think it was 6-1. And just to bring it up, there was no opposition this time from neighbors. There was a couple there that actually thanked us for doing these. Seems like they're fine with this proposal now, so I don't think there's any concerns from the neighborhood anymore.
All right, well, does any member have any questions for
I
that?
always do. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Is it going to be a road down the middle of of that lot with on each side, or is it going to be?
Mr. Chairman,
you know yet?
Supervisor
Oh, there you
Pancrase?
go. I'm
Yeah,
sorry, I didn't look at.
two accesses
I
off the
already
foothills.
seen it. Sorry, I just didn't think about it. Okay, thanks. Got it. Thank you. 2 retention basins. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Sure, it's just one retention basin on the
Oh, I'm
north, on the
sorry.
northeast corner. That
Looks
should be,
like two
that should be
because-
plenty for everything.
because of the corner of it, but it's not. All right. Thank you very much. And does anybody else want to step up? If not, I'll return it back to the board for their decision.
Chairman, I'd like to first make a comment. I want to thank the developer and his agents for working and listening to the community around there and reverting this back to RVS. I have heard nothing but praise for doing that, because that's all they wanted, was to keep the zoning the same as the surrounding neighborhood. So thank you for that, and with that, I'd like to recommend approval.
Is there a second?
Yes.
There's been a motion and a second for approval as presented for rezoning case number 21-25. Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. I know that ADOT had concerns. I should have mentioned that, but it's, I think they've been addressed, and where they can. So thank you very much. You're right. The motion was unanimous. There was no opposition. Okay, fine. Right, we'll go on to the next item, which is, again, another case for development services, public hearing, rezoning case number 2126. We're in a hurry to get them done, huh? Kevin Burge, agent for Avenue 5E Farm, the LLC, requests the rezoning of a parcel 10 acres in size gross acres in size from rural area 10-acre minimum, suburban site build 2-acre minimum, assessors parcel 748-20-001 located at the southeast corner of the alignment of Avenue 4E and County 14.5th Street.
Thank you,
So
Mr.
Rubio.
Chairman. Members of the board, Juan Leal Rubio, Senior Planner with the Planning and Zoning Division. This property is located in the Yuma Mesa Planning Area at the southeast corner of Avenue 4 3/4 E and County 14.5 Street. And the intent is to split the property into 5 parcels for residential development. This is the case map that shows parcel 1 crosshatch, the subject property. And surrounding the property to the north, we have property zone SSB2 and containing site-built homes. To the southwest and east, we have property zone R810, and I believe all of them are in agricultural production. This is the schematic that was submitted by the applicant that shows the future split, and it shows the access to the property. This is aerial imagery that shows the character of the area, mostly ag and residential uses to the north. Access, an improved access, which is currently a private easement to the east. This is a picture of the property looking north. Looking west along County 14.5 Street, which is unimproved, currently dedicated public right-of-way. And we received 3 letters in opposition from, actually, we received more letters in opposition. There was an update. And I'll show you on the map which properties are in opposition within the zoning area, and 1 letter in opposition outside the zoning area. We also received comments from MCAS requesting the disclosure statements to be recorded. Staff is recommending approval. Mr. Chairman, would you like me to go over these conditions? Both the developer and the staff are in agreement with the conditions.
Oh, these are pretty standard conditions.
Correct.
Unless you have something? Unless you have something, oh, there you go. Schedule for development, 2 years. What separates the conditions from a 2-year to a 5-year? Is it just a decision that's made?
This is a conversation between the developer and staff. This is what was agreed on. The developer asked for a 2-year limit to meet the schedule for development.
Because we had a case where that prior case, I think, was a 5-year, or before that, there was a 5-year.
Sometimes when it's a more complex development, like a subdivision, it might require more time.
Okay, so this one is something that's been worked out with the developer.
Correct.
And this is more making sure that there is a penetration in chip seal code, that there is some improvements made there so that it isn't just, a development with nothing required in terms of dust control and so forth.
Correct, Chairman. This will provide for adequate access to the development. So this would be a road providing access to the property with a standard B penetrating chip seal. And this also has to do with development within the property. And I'll show you on the map where these roads are being proposed. And these have to do with land division permit requirements, and also the certification from a licensed engineer that these roads are built to the adequate standard B standard, and the irrigation to the property. So on this map, you show the little stars show the people in opposition, and then up north, outside of the 300-foot area, also in opposition. And basically, the conditions have to do with the improvement of what you see here, which would be the future access. And they will have to, the applicant will be required to acquire access from parcels, either parcel 2, parcel 11, or 10. And also improving that what you see here depicted. And that, Mr. Chairman, concludes staff's presentation. If you have any questions.
I always have problems when we ask developers to get access from somebody else, and we rezone it pending on that access. I always have a problem with that. I mean, I know that this is sort of a requirement, so we know that whatever the chip improvement that they do connects to something, connects to a road, but it really puts an onerous situation on a developer to have to go get the right of way from someone else who may not like the project and can, technically stop the project from happening just by denying the right-of-way access. But I guess if the developer is in agreement to get it, I mean, I can't.
Mr. Chairman, this project, as far as access, is a challenge because of where it's located. I mean, it would be very difficult to provide a means of legal access, finding another way because it's
No,
it's
I
too
understand.
far.
I've been there. And those people that are in opposition, they all have 2-acre SSBs?
Basically, they have the same type of development that the applicant is proposing for parcel 1.
That's what I mean. So they all have SSB2, but they don't want the property in front to get SSB2?
Yeah, the reasons stated, if I can recall correctly, have to do with the splitting of land in the Mesa. They believe that, should be kept to, 5 acres and in farm production.
Except for their property.
Except for the property. Yeah, I was going to say, except for their property. That's okay. Well, I guess we don't have to get there. Does this require?
Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman, let's note that.
Yeah. Are the property owners in the front? Do we get to the supermajority requirement?
Mr. Chairman, based on the calculation made by staff, the level of opposition does not trigger super majority vote. It was very close, but it isn't.
Right. Well, once we take a vote, we'll know if it was necessary or not. Anything else from staff? Any questions? Okay, we made the comments already, so let's move on to the public hearing portion of it. I'm going to open it up to the public hearing. Is there anybody in the public that would like to address the board on this?
Mr. Chairman, fellow board members, Kevin Burge, Core Engineering Group, 200 East 16th Street, Suite 150, agent for the applicant. Just wanted to come up and introduce myself. The owner is here today, as well as just wanted to mention if there are any direct questions or concerns from what you heard from the staff report, that we be willing to address those at this time.
Are there any questions that you'd like to make from the applicant? Thank you, Kevin. Is there anybody else that wants to talk in favor or against this? If not, we'll take it back to the board for their decision.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve as presented.
I'll second.
There's been a motion, a second to approve rezoning case, was it 2125? 2126, excuse me. 2125 was before. 2126, its approval as presented. Any comments?
Yeah, I want, irrigation is going to be provided,
Yes,
correct?
that was one of the.
I know, it's always in there, but I ask every time because I've seen so many properties out there that just.
We won't take it back if you don't put irrigation in there.
Yes,
We're gonna send
I
Lynn
am.
over to bother you
I'll
until
take
you
back.
do.
Yes, you don't want to send me out there, yeah. Okay.
You warned
Thank you.
already. So all those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So even if there was a need for a supermajority, it would have been met. So the next case is public hearing, rezoning case number 2123. Vianey Vega, agent for Jose Jaime and Lina Gomez, requests the rezoning of a parcel approximately 5 gross acres in size from rural area, 10-acre minimum to light industrial, 2-acre minimum, assessors parcel number 196-25-002, located in the vicinity of the southeast corner of Avenue 3 and County 14th Street, Yuma, Arizona, located in the 65, 69 decibel and 70, 74 decibel noise zone. It's a lot of development happening in the Mesa at the same time. It's back to those wild, wild days of 2007, Wild West. I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Rubio, do the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Juan Leal Rubio, Senior Panel of the Pan Zone Division. Yeah, this one is also in the Mesa. This is a little bit unique because this is actually intended for industrial uses with parcels of 2 acres in size. The applicant did not provide at this time any specific use. This is the vicinity map that shows parcel 2 crosshatch. As you can see here, it's zoned currently R810, and there's the little northwest corner of the property. A little small portion is within the 70 decibel noise zone. Surrounding uses include to the north light industrial, parcel 22, which is currently in ag production, and it also contains a telecommunications tower. Parcel 3 to the east is a location of a church, zone RA5. They were granted a special use permit some years back. Parcel 9 to the south is an ag production, zone RA10. And parcel 1 to the west is zoned RA10 and contains warehouse buildings. I believe they're in, for ag use. This is the city map that shows the character of the area: ag, city of Yuma, limits close by, church, warehouse. This is the site plan that was provided by the applicant. As you can see, not showing the proposed split. This is looking southeast from the northwest corner, looking west at County 14th Street from the northeast corner. Staff received no comments from residents within the zoning notification area. Both MCAs Yuma and Yuma County Airport Authority are not in opposition, and they're requesting navigation disclosure statements and also noise level reduction requirements for future buildings. We're doing a full case on this one because there's one person in opposition, a resident of the Yuma Mesa planning area. The condition is, as you can see here, necessary disclosure statement and its schedule for development. We are recommending, the commission is recommending approval of this case. In the schedule for development, that within 1 year of approval, the applicant submit a land division permit, and also that the land division permits identify site constraint that has to do with non-compatible land uses, as you can see here. And that, Mr. Chairman, concludes staff's presentation.
Any questions from staff? Move it on to public hearing side. If not, we'll open up the public hearing. Is there anyone here that would like to make a comment?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members. Vianney Vega with Vega Engineering, 2619 South Avenue 2.5E here in Yuma, Arizona. I'm the agent for the owner. Be more than glad to answer any questions board might have. The purpose of the rezoning is my client would like to keep the option of splitting the property if he has the need to. He's willing to split it or sell it on a whole. So
That's why there's no plan, because essentially what he wants to do is be able to sell it in pieces.
he won't have the option of splitting if he needs to.
Okay, any questions? I do have a comment. It may not help though. I mean, we're getting a lot of these cases where there's 10 acres, we split them in 5, and 6 is the magic number. This is industrial, so I really don't think it applies much. But when it comes to residential, that's what's happening out in the county a lot. We need to start watching this, people splitting it from 20 to 10, and then from 10 to 5, and then getting 5 and 5 and 5 and 5. And it's getting to a situation where we need to start rethinking a little bit. And maybe I shouldn't be addressing this while you standing over there. Just go back. I will address it in some other situation. This is not helping your case or anybody.
John didn't even have to stop you.
I know. I stopped myself. Thank you. It was a look. It was a look. Anyway, look, we will deal with it some other time. But we need to start looking at some of those requirements. Anyway, back to the hearing that we have at hand. Does anybody else have any comments to make? And this is again an industrial site that is getting zone industrial for purposes. I mean, with that high a noise decibel zone in it, there's very few uses you can have actually. Do you want to say something?
Where it says City of Yuma?
Yeah, what about it?
Is that the base?
Yeah, well, it's an alfalfa field right now, I believe.
But it's near
It's more,
just up from there. Yeah, there's no use, no land, you can't use it for anything but
And the
industrial
noise
anyway.
zone
Mhm.
is so high that
Yeah.
it's just.
Okay.
All right, so I'm bringing it back to the board. The board has made some comments. Is there a motion to approve or disapprove?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion we approve 21-23 as presented.
second,
There's been motion and second to approve that rezoning case number 2123 as recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission staff. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? The motion carries. Thank you very much for your patience. We will move on to discussion regarding legislative issues. We do have an item that we'll postpone until 1:30. We scheduled it for 1:30, so we're gonna get back to it sometime after we finish the rest of the actions that need to be discussed. Thank you, Maggie. Thank you, Marion.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry
Yeah.
Christmas.
All right, so we'll move on to legislative issues.
Chairman, members of the board, good morning. Alejandro Figueroa, Economic Development and Intergovernmental Affairs Director. I'll be presenting you the last legislative update of the year.
Woo-hoo. Then they really start coming in.
On December 13, Governor Ducey announced that $460,000 from Arizona's Coronavirus Relief Fund will be awarded to the Arizona Food Bank network for further distribution. As a result, 40 food bank organizations in 13 rural counties, including Yuma, will be receiving funding. Arizona's Independent Redistricting Commission will hold its final 2 public meetings on December 21st and 22nd before finalizing the congressional and legislative maps and turn them over to the Secretary of State before January the 2nd. Just so you know, the letter from the board will be getting out to them today. And on the federal level, Congress voted to raise the nation's debt limit by $2.5 trillion, officially staving off default and the economic peril that would come with if the U.S. were unable to pay its bills. The House passed the legislation in a vote 221 to 209, hours after the Senate approved the measure in a 50-49 party line vote. The bill is now on President Biden's desk, awaiting his signature. The increase is believed to be enough to last into 2023, which would allow Congress to avoid any more debates over the debt ceiling until after the 2022 midterm elections. The U.S. Senate voted 88-11 to pass the $768 billion National Defense Authorization Act. The bill includes an annual 2.7 pay increase for troops in 2022 and secures funding and support for the Yuma Proving Ground, Marine Corps Air Station, and the Air Force Barry M. Goldwater Range. Both Senators Sinema and Kelly supported the bill. President Biden's Build Back Better plan will have to wait until the Senate comes back from the holiday break in 2022 for a potential vote on the floor.
If at all.
DOA.
And as a reminder, NACO, the National Association of Counties Legislative Conference, is scheduled for February 12th to the 16th next year in Washington, D.C. During the legislative conference, NACO's 10 policy steering committees and the board of directors consider legislative and policy resolutions that will guide NACO advocacy until the NACO annual conference in July 2022. NACO will be accepting proposals through January the 12th.
Oh, look at you.
Que suave.
The Arizona-Mexico Commission
Senator Graham.
Board of Directors that Supervisor Lyons is part of welcomes Sonora's Governor Durazo to the state of Arizona on his first official visit as governor. And continuing on with international border affairs, Representative Greg Stanton, along with Senators Mark Kelly and Kirsten Sinema, wrote a letter to Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas urging him to provide an updated timeline on the implementation of the Southwest Tourism Expansion Act pilot program. The Southwest Tourism Expansion Act, which was introduced by Stanton and former Senator Martha McSally, was included in the fiscal year 2021 consolidated appropriations signed into law at the end of 2020. The program would create a pilot program to allow pre-cleared Mexican visitors with a valid border crossing card to travel statewide, having to fill out an additional paper I-94 form or pay an extra fee. A Maricopa Association of Governments report predicted that extending the travel limit to the entire state could generate up to $181 million in additional spending each year and support more than 31,000 jobs. For the 10th consecutive month, Mexico has been ranked as the U.S. top trading partner according to the U.S. Census Bureau latest data released earlier this month. The total value of U.S.-Mexico trade between January and October of 2021 amounted to $545.5 billion. That's my update for today, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. You've been hiding that growing beard with your mask all the time, haven't you? We noticed. Well, anyway, going back to the discussion in legislative issues, are there any questions from
Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
The meeting with Governor Durazo was a good meeting where he outlined his desire to interface with Arizona and taking a play out of the AMC playbook where we have used Sonora as a launching pad to build and develop relationships with the entire region. he's basically taken our same approach and used Arizona as a launching pad to expand his growth or interface with the surrounding states. So it was a great meeting.
I think you did report a little bit on the border infrastructure.
I did.
Last time, didn't you? I mean, you went into this $500 million worth of improvements in Mexico and as complement to the ones on this side, correct?
I sure did. So for the U.S. side, we have right now up to $300 million. And the Mexican side is about $30 to $40 million on improvements.
I was stunned to hear that Luis Ramirez say that they may not have enough with $300 million. I mean, it was like, Jesus, I mean, it's a never-ending type of.
Mr. Chairman, he did, Governor Durazo did address specifically the Arizona ports. He forgot to mention San Luis Rio, Colorado in his presentation. So immediately Luis and I spoke with him afterwards to get that commitment, and he apologized for having glossed over
Well, it's
that.
the last portion before you leave the state. So used to sometimes.
And so he reiterated his commitment to getting that port taken care of.
Well, from what I've heard, they're going to try to sort of do it in conjunction. I mean, so that it works. Like it's always been a problem. I mean, it's always been a problem of coordination. I mean, you know, one side does improvements, the other side does improvements at their own pace, at their own time, and it's hard to coordinate. I mean, it seems to me like in this particular case, it seems to me like this regional framework of work, it's having a better impact in terms of, you know, having stuff coordinated. I do want to thank Supervisor Porcias for stepping in on that front and actually being a part of that process. And again, I think out of all the boards that I belong to, I've belonged to many board of supervisors boards, and this is probably one of the most well-connected boards that I've been to. I mean, it's incredible what Lynn can bring to the table, what Darren, what Martin, and what Jonathan bring to the table. This is probably the most well-versed board that I've been a part of, and I've been a part of many over the years, but I think this is the most sophisticated, most well-connected board that I've been a part of, and it feels really nice to, when I get a call, why are you there? And Supervisor Porcias is there, or Jonathan, Supervisor Lyons is there. I say, well, I don't need to be. I mean, there's good representation from this board. So thank you guys for stepping up and representing the Board of Supervisors well. And you too, Alejandro, you've been, again, I mean, we needed someone to coordinate that international approach that the county should have as a border county, and you fit the bill perfectly. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Just one positive note on the Mexican side. The last meeting we had, they did say that they bought already all those buildings at the entryway. So that's
That is a big
step forward.
Mr. Chairman, he did make a commitment that those buildings would be removed within the next 2 years, so that we would be able, on the Mexican side, so that we would be able to complete the whole infrastructure.
It's good news overall. I mean, I think it's going to be a very marked change in the way people cross from Mexico to the United States, and from the United States to Mexico.
Thank you, Martina.
Looking forward to it.
Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Alejandro. I don't know if is there any other comments? No? Then we move on to events. Thank you, Alejandro. And we move on to the event calendar and current events. And like I said, I know this is not the end of the meeting. We still have the 1:30 session for one item in the agenda, and we will talk about that when time comes at 1:30. Right now, would you please, Supervisor Pancrase, start us off by just giving a brief report on your meeting?
I'll be as brief as possible. I attended the CSA Board of Directors meeting. I attended the BOS. I attended the Game and Fish meeting that was held here in Yuma. I met with the group from Summit that represents Google. I attended the COVID-19 update with Tim Dunn. I went to the special works session with our state legislators. I toured the North Gila transfer station. I attended CSA December executive board meeting. The CSA Executive Board met with Speaker Bowers on CSA's legislative proposals and priorities. And so I was in attendance for that. I was at the meeting with the Department of Homeland Security concerning the migrants, and I brought up some of the issues that that constituents have been bringing to me, which weren't very popular, but they needed to be brought up. So that's it.
Hey, Supervisor Lyons?
Attended the greeting with Governor Durazo on his first official visit to Arizona to establish that relationship there. Had multiple meetings with state agencies regarding additional assistance being provided to Yuma and the region. Had a phone call with Senator Kelly and Senator Sinema and several of our federal delegation concerning the issues surrounding the numbers crossing here in the Yuma area. Received and coordinated assistance with the state to Yuma County and worked with our emergency management group who were exceptionally responsive as far as working with DEMA. And I learned a lot about Form 213s that need to be filed before anything can happen.
Yeah, wow.
And I wanted to commend emergency management for their responsiveness, especially as it relates to some of the concerns from our agriculture community. And they coordinated with Public Works and others to resolve a lot of the issues regarding trash in some of those areas. And about 25 other meetings, met with several constituents. One of those, again, the ag community concerned about the impact of trash in the area. And I could go on and on.
And other waste.
Yeah, and other waste.
All right, supervisors.
I put 9
sorry.
Tony, I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I do want to point out that the governor's office stays in close contact. I brief them every morning around 8 o'clock as far as what we're doing here in Yuma and if they can be of any additional assistance. And through that, every agency head that I've interfaced with then gets a briefing. So we've been able to kind of funnel it down, one point of contact, everything goes out. And then if there's any additional assistance that's required, that's generally back to me by about noon so that we can implement and deploy.
Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Simons.
Attended the Arizona Game and Fish Commission meeting here in Yuma. The BOS legislative session that we had with our state legislators, the welcome tree lighting, election advisory board meeting, Dayton School Christmas program, which they did a really nice program out there, the way they set it up. PSPRS and the court meeting where Gil came and briefed us a little bit on the changes in the PSPRS that are coming up and the county's responsibility, how we're looking. Walton Library Christmas program, had a community meeting in the foothills, and I had the honor of reading the proclamation for Wreaths Across America at Sunset Vista Mortuary in the foothills. And that's about it.
Supervisor Borges.
I also attended the Game and Fish meeting. Also attended a WACOG committee meeting, the Summerton Light Parade. And, you know, I would just want to thank Supervisor Lyons and the other groups that are cleaning up there and Supervisor Lyons for getting blankets or water out there. So thanks to those asylum seekers that are there. So thanks.
You're welcome.
Forgot the Tamale Festival, man, the most important one.
I was really busy in the Tamale Festival.
You didn't bring any tamales, though. I mean, it's just it missed an opportunity. I mean, you could have brought some tamales, especially the winning ones.
I did, but I saw those the sweets there, the cookies and pastries. So.
That's a chicken out situation. We should have had some tamales this morning. Sorry, I got to get them back for the meeting. Look really serious right there. That's it? Okay, well, I did go to the Game and Fish. What? Is there something?
John was concerned because he didn't see the sweets and we didn't invite him to have one, so.
Yeah, well, they're only for board board staff and members, legal
Better
gets their
tomorrow.
own stuff. Well, anyway, look, I did attend the Game and Fish meeting. I did have a meeting with the Vision Group, as we call a group of involved members out in the community in San Luis, and the community was attended by the mayor, so we had an opportunity to talk to him for a while about all these issues that we're talking about. We try to schedule a meeting with the Wayhead Board. We will continue to do that and try to resolve those issues that come up. I do want to remind everybody that if you want to go to that legislative meeting in Washington, you better make reservations quickly because, the hotels are filling up fast. And if you want to be at the hotel where this takes place, you better get your reservations in as soon as possible. I want to thank our legislators, all of them, the Democrats and the Republicans, for being so in tune with the needs of Yuma County in general and for communicating with us on Friday afternoon of all days and allowing us to ask them questions and make requests of them. It's going to be a little difficult with what the redistricting commission will end up doing, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's what they still got one more year as our legislators, and hopefully they will continue to do good things for us in general. I also attended the parade, the light parade and the light show parade in San Luis, which I think is pretty nice. It's well done.
Yeah.
And I think we can say what Supervisor Line said. We attend a bunch of meetings that we tend to forget until afterwards, but it's been a very busy time. I do want to end by wishing everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, because we may not see or hear them. I mean, we may see them later, but just in case they're tuning in now, we certainly want to make sure that you know that even though it was a very tough year, it was also a very productive year. It's a year full of things to do, and so we ended up doing most of them. And so I do want to thank everybody, because I think this is a team effort, and so I thank the team and especially staff and some of the people that go out of their way to make sure that we get things done. Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I attended the grand opening of the Holocaust exhibition that is at Yuma County Main Library. So please go. It's still there through the middle of January. Met with the interim city administrator, Jay Simonton, and he and I are going to work well together on a number of joint concerns. We had our bi-monthly city and county administrators meeting for all the managers within Yuma County. Attended the Arizona Game and Fish Commission meeting, the YSIPTA board meeting. We had a special CSA county managers meeting related to probation and the increasing burden on counties for funding. So you'll get more information about that later. And then I also was asked to participate on the interviews for the Yuma County Juvenile Court Director. And that was, we had very good candidates for that. And so it's going to be a hard decision for the judge to make. But a lot of interest in coming to Yuma County for the Juvenile Court Director. That's it.
All right, I am going to recess the meeting until 1:30 this afternoon, where we'll take up item number 7, which is the one that we've got left to do. We thought, well, it may, we didn't know how this morning was going to go, and last time we had made you guys go through almost all through lunch before we even get out. So not knowing how we're going to handle that, we decided to put it on an afternoon session. I hope everything is okay and everybody gets a chance to get back after lunch. So I'll see you guys all at 1:30 if possible. Ah. Good morning, everyone. We're not gonna run the opening, we're on break, but we're gonna come back to the meeting. We scheduled a 1:30 meeting specifically to deal with item number 7, which in this case is, as I read it, county administration, discussion and possible action to authorize the county administrator to enter into a contract with Allo Communications, DBA Allo Arizona LLC for design and construction of a broadband middle mile fiber backbone, subject to legal review. Now, I'm going to open it up. I do have, yeah, what up?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Could I first make a staff presentation, just very, very briefly? And what I'd like to do first is just acknowledge the proposal evaluation team members who are here today. Paul Brierly with U of A, Yuma Center of Excellence for Desert Agriculture. Mark Smith with Smith Farms Incorporated. Cliff Summers, our county CIO. And Derek Masseth, the CEO for Sun Corridor Network. They're the members who are able to come today. Others were not able to be with us today, but I did want to acknowledge all their work, hard work on this process. And I would like to see if Paul Brierly could read the letter that the proposal evaluation team has given to the board, just to make sure that it's in the public record.
Well, I was gonna do that.
Oh, great.
But, okay, so fine, you saved me some time. Paul, you wanna step up and, I mean, I hardly think you need to introduce yourself anymore, but go ahead and introduce yourself.
Proposal evaluation team. Thank you.
And on your free time, what do you do?
Couple other things.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to read a letter to the board from the vendor selection team. Dear Board of Supervisors, the Yuma County Board of Supervisors entrusted the broadband proposal evaluation team to evaluate the proposals submitted in response to the county's RFP number YC21-22B for a broadband backbone middle mile fiber optic network, and to provide our unbiased recommendation to the board. The evaluation team took the task entrusted to us by the board very seriously and put a lot of time and effort into this process. In compliance with the county's procurement policy, the evaluation team carefully reviewed all 5 proposals and selected the top 3 highest scoring proposals for interviews. The team handled all in-person interviews consistently and carefully considered information presented from the top 3 vendors. The county also provided a 10-day written comment process to assure that any additional information or concerns could be evaluated before finalizing a decision, even though the county's procurement policy does not contain a formal comment or protest procedure. We would like to note that the county attorney's office has confirmed that the county does not fall under Arizona state procurement laws, manuals, or guidelines because the county adopted its own procurement policy as allowed by statute. Statements criticizing the county related to state laws do not apply to this process. We also want to note that this RFP is for a design and build based on a concept. It is not a bid. Many vendors use their own methodology to declare themselves the low bid or to claim that the team did not sufficiently consider costs. The team took proposed costs and designs along with all other important factors into due consideration. The evaluation team thoroughly reviewed and discussed all written comments received during the 10-day comment period. Based on all the above, we remain confident in our recommendation of Allo as the best partner for Yuma County to move forward with the broadband backbone design build contract. The broadband proposal evaluation team is honored to assist Yuma County on this project, which we believe will set Yuma County apart from other areas as a great place to live and do business. We stand ready to support the county in ensuring the backbone project becomes a reality in a timely manner that allows for participation in current and future state and federal funding opportunities to provide genuine, fast, reliable, affordable, and equitable broadband access to the unserved, underserved, and throughout the county. And that was signed by all 7 members of the evaluation team. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Paul. And I do want to emphasize that, you know, the process has taken a lot longer than we thought, and it's gotten a lot more complicated than we thought, but it isn't reflective at all on the work done by the committee or the administrator. It is just a complex issue, and it is a very expensive issue, and it really got complicated, but it's not a reflection of the work you guys did. You guys were very thorough. We saw all the notes. I mean, most of us, if not all of us. I think probably had the opportunity to review the notes, and again, I don't think that our discussions here have anything to really actually do with the process, as you guys took it upon yourself and went through. It has a lot more to do with how complex the issue is and some of the questions that still linger that we're going to get answers to. And again, I do want to emphasize that all of us are really grateful the work you guys did, and we wouldn't be here, although it seems like a little bit kind of rough to say, but we wouldn't be here without the work you guys all did. So we appreciate it, and we'll move on and go through discussions and get to it. It is a very important issue for Yuma County. It is the number one, the top priority that we set aside to spend on, and I think it's been a long time coming. And sometimes when you're this close, it feels more frustrating that you can't just grab the ring. But we're going to work our way through this. We're going to get something done for the residents of Yuma County. It's a commitment we made some time ago. It's our top priority, and we'll get to it, right? Thank you, Paul. Thank you, members of the committee, those who are present and those who aren't present. We appreciate the work you guys have done. And I think I'm going to open it up and listen to some people before we make a decision, because I think everybody made an effort to be here. If it doesn't work out the way you guys decide, I'm sorry, this is the way the process goes. And, legal will tell you we have to go through some process, whether they're a state requirement or not. I think in some ways it's just our obligation to do as much due process as we can. So I don't think you can ever, maybe we can be faulted for taking too long, and maybe he's talking about it, in longer than necessary, but we never know when that's going to be the case. So bear with us and we'll get to it. The first name I have here is, and again, I didn't get them in order or anything like that. I'm just picking them. David Sulfur? It's tough. He's a fellow bald-headed guy, so he will understand.
You understand me quite well. Appreciate the opportunity today. David Sofer, Director of Business Development at WANRAC. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm going to focus mostly on process components, and then our CEO, Rob Euler, will probably talk a little bit more about the details of each proposal and the points that we want to be able to drive home. I think from our end, you all should have received an email from us, a couple of emails, but really what it comes down to from our end is respect to process and RFP, and whether the guidelines were indeed followed. And I apologize, I'm trying to react as I have not had a chance to see this letter in advance, so just reading through it and as we kind of go along here. But I guess our issue continues to remain. We have more questions and answers, and more I guess details are provided to us by the county attorney. In this instance, we were provided an explanation, which I think you all were as well, with respect to the resolution that was passed, if I believe correctly, in 2019 that governs this process. And that pertains a lot of it to bids. And so now I'm reading here, it says this was not a bid. Really, one of the big questions we have and continue to have is that if the county doesn't have statutes or any type of governing rules as it pertains to RFP, what's the authority to be able to do that? Purchasing policy that applies to bids and not RFPs. Bids are low-cost wins, RFPs are qualitative factors. So if this isn't a bid and the purchasing policy only applies to bids, then there's an authority question here. Obviously you only have the authority that you all grant as pertains to statutes. So, the county can adopt purchasing rules, but I guess there just continues to remain confusion as far as what was adopted, what isn't adopted. And there still are very real questions as far as where this process indeed was governed by, and what are the rules that governed it. When you look at the RFP that was issued in the rules, there was a specific scoring matrix for costs. For all these other items, there were specific rules with respect to maintenance, or specific rules with respect to coverage and redundancy. And throughout the process, we continue to see that those rules were not followed. That those items that would have been a disqualifying factor were not disqualifying. So again, from our end, I've been doing, federal, state, and local government 15 years. I've been through tons of RFPs. I have never seen one where the rules continuously change with respect to, the goalposts moving each time there's a question mark. From our end, I'm not here to tell you, we obviously are biased. We believe our proposal is best, but just with respect to process, there continues to remain very big question marks with how this was done, how the decision was made, and just continuously, dealing with some of the files and items that we've received, there continues to the questions become even larger. From our end, we just don't see how, with the process, the way it played itself out, that the board can adopt this RFP and this recommendation in place without, again, there has to be further clarification. And even then, everyone we've spoken to, has been brutally honest in the fact that this process has been questionable at best. So from our end, again, what I would ask the committee to do is really think long and hard about, with respect to process, whether process was followed, whether the proper rules are in place, looking at the rules of the RFP, if they were followed. And if the answer is no to any one of those questions, then I really feel you all have to be able to throw this RFP out and start from scratch and make sure that proper rules are put in place, guidelines are indeed followed if a recommendation is going to be made, because that's how RFPs are ultimately designed in the public sector. That's what allows apples to be compared to apples. And if you've got different proposals, it allows you to compare proposals to one another. If you don't do that, then it's just, it's chaos and anarchy at its best. And that's why all those rules are put into place to prevent that from happening. So with that, I'm always happy to take questions, but I respectfully ask the board to consider those points.
Thank you, David. Como dices, if I'd have known, I would have put a timer on it, right? No, I'm just kidding. You can take the time. David, thank you very much for your insight, and that's the reason we're here. We're here to consider some of these opinions and facts. I mean, thank you. Next, I have Rob, I guess. Rob Euler?
Hi, thank you. Good to see you all again. Really, and again, just seeing this letter for the first time. At the end of the day, David mentioned the procurement pieces of this, but at the end of the day, it boils down to a fiduciary duty to the constituents of Yuma County. If you're a resident of Yuma County, you want to know what that means to you, what that means in your monthly bill at the end. ALLO did not publish their rates as part of this RFP response. If you go to what rates that they have out there and you compare those to the rates that Google Fiber has, that's $40 million a year. That's $800 million over 20 years alone, just to the residents. Again, the procurement, they had some requirements within the procurement, and within those requirements, in fact, David, we've got a board here just to summarize those. But if we knew that we did not have to maximize coverage, that would be ignored. If we knew that we didn't have to be redundant, right? If we knew some of these other things in here.
If you want the cameras to pick it up, I think he's on camera. And if you want that to be on camera, you better hold it yourself.
So if we knew that we didn't have to maximize coverage of the county, if we knew that we didn't have redundancy, but yet we were still the lowest price overall and didn't require any future grants, then what could we have come in at, right? So based on the rules, or based on what was stated, if you want to call them a rule, if you want to call them a suggestion, whatever, the RFP had in print that we had to maximize coverage. And so our mileage was 347 miles. It said we had to maximize throughout the whole county, of which we went out to Welton on a redundant ring. Welton, in the alternative proposal, was left hanging out on a lateral. The redundant network is to protect the whole network. That's what we did. The maintenance piece, I know there's been disagreement on that, but it did state in print within the RFP, no maintenance. And that's a $38 million difference alone. Also, in the 10-day comment section, the alternative proposal, they came back and said, well, we won't do maintenance now. Again, that's not allowed. The RFPs were due, or the bids were due, whatever we're going to call that, and they made that change. They can't do that. Total cost of ownership to us, not requiring any future grants, $20,282,95. The alternative, anywhere from 65 to 77, and that does not touch what the consumer in Yuma County would pay in addition over 20 years, which is another $800 million on top of that. We offered ownership. We were restricted by what we could offer in that, and we clarified that. So absolutely, we offer ownership. There's a way that we propose that. The IRS recognizes that. And we said we would be open to other options if they wanted more of a clarification on that when we had the first presentation. So that's really, in summary, what I wanted to point out. And that's it.
Well, thank you. Now, two questions before you leave, because I think you may be the ones that are able to answer that. One of the main problems we have as I shouldn't say that. When, maybe a little background applies here. When I got elected supervisor, I was surprised at how much a statute-driven organization this is. And when you're the mayor, and Supervisor Porches was the mayor of Somerton, and I was the mayor of San Luis for a long time, it really works the other way. When you're the mayor of a city, then the city can pass an ordinance and make it happen. When you're a county supervisor, it's the attorney actually drives a lot of this process because everything is driven by statute. So whenever I hear statute, I think, oh my God, here it comes, right? This is the only way we can do it. So in this particular case, there's a statute that's always driven home to us about a gift rule. I mean, you know, as a county, we cannot gift anyone. We cannot give anything that's county, anything that's public. So the issue of ownership is really critical. As far as I'm concerned, it's really critical in answering that question. I mean, we cannot just simply pay $20 million or 28 or $30 million and say, okay, well, you know, we'll give it to someone in the private sector so they can make sure this happens. We can't. And so that question needs to be answered clearly. You know, is the county going to be, to me, maybe it isn't. I mean, the attorney's going to, I think we're on the same page with that one. So that's going to be, is it an issue or not?
It's not an issue. We were very clear on it. So our presentation in the original response was ownership, as the IRS recognizes ownership. And that allows us to do many additional things that we tried to explain. And then during our initial 90-minute presentation, it was mainly a Q&A. We were addressing, you know, obviously we were managing that time because we wanted to be able to answer all of the questions in the 90 minutes. So by the end, we had about 5 minutes left. Yes. The answer is absolutely, emphatically yes. In fact, we came back and clarified that
later.
Yeah, I mean, we have until we're blue in the face, absolute ownership.
The second question has to do with the fact that we don't want to build a middle mile if we don't have a delivery system. So there was a question about whether Google was going to be there at the end of this process. In other words, that there was no assurance that the end delivery was going to be there. So we didn't want to end up in a situation where we built a system
Correct.
And then couldn't deliver it to the residents
Correct.
of the county. So is that issue been addressed? I mean, is Google's going to be there?
Right. Now, realizing I represent WANRAC, but yes, it absolutely has been addressed. In fact, the lobbyist for Google is here, Brian, and he can confirm that from his perspective. But absolutely, it has been addressed, in my opinion. They are our partner, and we have a commitment from them, yes.
And I do want to emphasize this.
Sure.
I am not trying to reopen the process, because then I would have to ask questions from Hila Electronics. I would ask questions from anyone. Those are the two issues that I remember were issues
Sure.
that, you know, helped me, I think, make a decision based upon some facts. And those were the two issues I remember. I guess if anybody else was present, I would ask them. But thank you very much for answering those questions for me.
Yes.
Do you have any other questions? No? No? Thank you, Rob.
Thank you for your time.
And the other one I have here is Brad Moline?
Yes, Brad Moline.
It's like Halo. It's
Or Lou, it's
somehow
French
I
for
miss
hello.
it. Hello. So Brad, go ahead.
Well, one, I'm very open to answering any questions. I apologize I was unable to be at the last meeting. But one, we've appreciated this process. It's been much like many of the public-private partnerships that we've done in Colorado and Nebraska. What you start with is a concept, and the concept is, how are we going to connect our region in this case? And from that, there's many ideas. There's ideas of ownership. You know, we looked at the middle mile network as straight a design build for the county. We would maintain a few strands, like 12 strands to connect the various communities, but we would be able to support the county in how you do your business in an agricultural area. I live in a very agricultural area in Nebraska. I grew up on a farm 18 miles from town. That was one of the things that drew me to Yuma. Is it's a little different temperature, particularly this time of year, but it's quite the same. I think we're the only group that has demonstrated that, one, we're willing to commit our own capital at a meaningful level in a holistic, we're the design build as well as investing in the region. Allo has 750 employees roughly today. We'll be crossing 800 pretty shortly. We're in 18 years, this is what we do. We build regions. We offer wholesale services to wireless companies. We do middle mile work with whether it's a state, a county, a city, if you will, and we end up serving the entire region. I think our references are really unmatched as far as the holistic approach that we provide. Just to respond to a couple things. One is the Google Fiber pricing. I find that very interesting for any claim to be made that Google Fiber is less expensive than Allo. Allo provides a low-income digital divide product that's 50 meg up and down. We offer it at $45. With all the government subsidies, it can be bought for $8 right now. Google Fiber chose not to participate in the emergency broadband benefit. Why is that? Well, they offer a fast speed at a very nice competitive rate only for people who can afford it. Again, we handle everybody. Our emergency broadband program, at one time, we represented 25% of the people wireline people in the state of Nebraska that were receiving this benefit. Wow, that's pretty impressive. So we've got a $45 product all the way up to a 2 gig product that's more expensive. It's in the $125, $130 product. But our average that people pay is $64. So we target the low income and support anyone, because our belief is we're only as good as that digital divide can be solved. So the student that maybe the family doesn't have quite as much money can get service, as well as the individual who makes a lot of money, who may want the 2.5 gig service. They can all be served. But the average price paid across Allo today is $64 per resident. Then we also offer enterprise and governmental services at a very deep area. Now, our largest account has 32,000 employees across about 250 locations. It's a governmental entity. We do the voice service, we do middle mile, we do their internet access, we cash. It's a terrific service and extremely highly ranked in the industry. So we do that as well. And with that, there was another comment made about maintenance. We offered a 60-40 split on the middle mile services as compared to, I think it was an 88-12 split. Well, the reason for that was to give the optionality. In our presentations, we said, hey, we're happy to move. Include the maintenance, not include the maintenance, give the optionality for the county. And so I consider this a very normal process. We generally come with our own funds, and we've only done a few governmental supported. We spent $500 million of our own money, and we'll commit another $1 billion over the next couple of years, and have committed that. And so and that's all our own money. The the governmental piece of this ends up being a small fraction of the total. So does anyone have any questions about us, what we do or how we do it?
Any question, guys? I think we've gone through a lot of stuff, so.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, anyone else before, go ahead. You gotta fill a form. No, I'm just kidding.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Brian Murray for Google. I hadn't planned on testifying this morning.
Well, you're not testifying.
Well,
so you're still-
presenting comments, but then I just heard this gentleman totally get it wrong about Google. He says that they're cheaper, they're apparently bigger, they're apparently faster, and they have better products. But I just don't think that's true. So I think we met with some of you and we explained to you the package that we have for the disadvantaged. It's $30 a month, and with our EBB participation, makes it free. It's not $45, not $8, it's free. I think when I was at the first meeting I attended, I heard several of you talk about the goal here was to provide high-speed internet for the disadvantaged. That was a premier goal of this board. And so I don't know how you can say that free is more expensive than money, right? Free. I think when you look at the cost, their advertised rate is $89, ours is $70. Their phone rate is $25, ours is $10. And when you put that together, that is almost $40 million in savings to the people of Yuma, right? So I don't know where they got their cost comparison, but I wanted to correct the record so that you all knew the truth and didn't have bad information. I think when you talk about size, you know, Google has 150,000 employees. We serve almost 9 million people with fiber. We're ranked as the #1 ISP by PC Magazine. The competition is so small that they're not even recognized for a rating. So when you get down to it, you know, Google Fiber is here to stay. We have a written contract with WANRAC to provide service should they be awarded the RFP. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? No, just a comment. I thought the 18 questions you guys asked was pretty broad. So I thought everything was going to be included in that. I am just so surprised to hear all this additional information that I suppose, to me, seems more of a rewrite than anything else. But I mean, I'm just surprised. I mean, there's so much information that was supposed to be provided to the committee that I think was in some, you know, some respect. But I am really surprised. I mean, maybe that's what happens when you open up something like this. It's really been a challenging one. But thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, just a general comment. As part of the evaluation team, I was surprised by the disparity in the answers and that they were not definitive, not clearly defined, and so varied in the approach, which made it difficult for the selection team to do their scoring. Although they arrived at a conclusion, I still have lots of answers, questions that I need answers to as far as definitive costs. And although it's an RFP, I'd like to have more of that up front so that the headline test is passed, so that the members and the constituents of Yuma County understand that we have purchased and partnered with the best possible group going forward, and that we've done 100% of our due diligence.
I think that encompasses the majority of our, you know, perception about the way that the process has gone. But I mean, this is why we do the things we do here. So thank you very much for the information. Is there anyone else? No one else? I'll return it back to the board. Now, the way that the item is presented, and I think it's a proposal. It basically listed as, let's see. I think it says, discussion and possible action to authorize the county administrator to enter into a contract with Halo Communications, DBA Halo better? I think I've been Arizona LLC to design and construct, I mean, it must mean and construct or construction of a broadband middle mile fiber backbone subject to legal review. Now does that allow us to do anything else other than what's in that item? Now, can you clear that up for me?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it does.
What is it?
Your authority at this point is to either accept the recommendation of the committee and enter into negotiations to contract with ALO, or you can eliminate that altogether and direct staff to enter into negotiations with any other members of the other proposals, or you can reject all bids and start over.
Now, is it the feeling of legal that the process was followed to the point that we can defend it legally?
The county is authorized to use the RFP process. The RFP, though, is driven by the specifications and requirements in the RFP. It has to be evaluated based on the specifications in the RFP. And it, as the chairman and the other members have pointed out, there are apparently holes in the information that the board thinks they need in order to make a definitive decision at this point.
Right, so the options are to either accept it, the recommendation of the team and the administrator, or deny the recommendation and go out for new bids if we want to, or negotiate with another entity. Is that
Correct, based on
the
the information that you've been provided by the committee and so forth.
Okay, well, so I leave it up to the board. What are we going to do, guys?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move, do an alternative motion. I'd like to move to reject all bids and direct staff to reformulate and issue a new RFP for a broadband middle mile fiber backbone and bring proposals and a recommendation back to the board for consideration ASAP, as we have a January 31st deadline.
I'll second that motion.
There's been a motion, a second. Let's discuss that a little bit. Do we have enough time to do that? I mean, it seems to me we're running up. We were already against the deadline in December, and then they moved that to January. Are we in a position or situation where we can clearly define what we want better than the last time? Because I think they worked for like, I don't know, 8 or 9 months or 8 months on this. I mean, is there enough time to do that? I mean, as a matter of discussion, is there enough time to do that? Maybe you can answer that. Yeah, well, yeah, sure.
Whatever the board directs us to do, we'll do just as expeditiously as possible. With a January 31st deadline for the state broadband grant process, though, I cannot guarantee that we would be ready to do that and get something submitted to that state organization by the January 31st deadline. Of course, we would try our best, but I can't guarantee that. But we would work just as quickly as possible.
See, that's a problem for me. Go ahead. Sorry, guys.
I was just going to say, this has come before the board at least 2 or 3 other times. And every time it comes before the board, we keep coming up with reasons to prolong it. Before it was we didn't meet that 10-day window for the other people to look at it or to see it. So we extended it again. We've met that requirement. Now, here we are looking at another extension or refusing it. It just seems like it keeps going on. And we had a committee that we put together. They've been meeting for 8 or 9 months. We relied on them to make the best choice for the citizens of Yuma County. And I feel my opinion is we need to go with what they've recommended. We could drag this out for another year with people saying, well, we didn't meet this, we didn't meet that. The county attorney has looked at it and says we've met our requirements. We've extended it out to make sure we met those requirements, and now all of a sudden something else is coming up. It just seems like every meeting something's coming up that extends this past, what we need to do to act on it. And I just don't see any end to it. I think personally, I think we need to just go with what we need to go with.
Mr. Chairman, and to everyone, the process has been lengthy. The RFP needs to be refined in order to determine exactly how we're spending this money. We won't get the opportunity to redo it. And there was tremendous disparity in the answers. And so I could not, in all good conscience, vote on something like this, knowing that there was such a disparity in the answers. Even through the 10-day grace period, there were still lots of holes and different responses.
Supervisor Porges.
You know, when the first time it came to us, the only reason it went back because we didn't select a local, or they didn't interview a local company. And it was only because I wanted to, because I went through your proposal, and honestly, a lot of the things that the RFP asked, you didn't have. And I just wanted for the company that selected the firm to actually maybe get together and work something out that both of you would benefit out of. But this is, I'm with Supervisor Simmons. We could have done this in the very beginning, you know. Just, we wouldn't be in here today. I think we need to take action today and either select this, the team, the committee has worked very long hours and along, you know, to do this, and if this is my deal, if we go back, why form another committee and let us make the decision and just go through.
I get a feeling that this is going to land in the middle.
Yeah.
So we have a motion in a second. We're gonna have to take a roll call here to figure it out. But, you know, the motion is to reject all bids and direct staff to reformulate.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, before we go that way, we're not forming a new committee, Martin. We're just simply referring.
I think we are. We should.
No.
If we don't trust them with what they did, then we should form a committee. Why form a committee? We're gonna go through the same process again.
No,
Let us make the decision. We'll get the pay. We'll interview the firms. That's, I mean, honestly.
To your point, have you had the opportunity to review all of the responses?
Mm-hmm.
We had them.
But after the 10-day comment period?
That some of them.
Some of them.
Mm-hmm.
The numbers are still.
The numbers are still, there's still tremendous disparity in the numbers.
Okay, let me ask that question again, because I think that's going to be what? It's going to either get this motion on board or not. From legal, is it your opinion, legal opinion, that everything has been done that can withstand a legal challenge? Because that's really what we're looking at right now. It's everything that's been done so far meet our RFP, which is again, the process. It's everything that's been done, the process that's been followed enough to actually make a decision today, and whatever decision we make in terms of selecting a provider, we're able to do that legally. Whichever, don't worry about who we choose, just the process.
No, what you're asking, Mr. Chairman, is have we reviewed them such fact that we're going to make a judgment call based on the responses from the various vendors or proposers and how it was evaluated. Nobody from the county attorney's office was in the room evaluating anybody's proposal. We didn't go through that process. We're just telling you that the RFP process as used by the committee was appropriate. But the decision of the committee has to be based upon their compliance with the specifications and provisions in the RFP.
And based on this,
So that's something that, I mean, they can take us to court and we'll argue both sides of that. They'll say we didn't follow it, and we'll say we did follow it. So
I think
we have a risk in any case when someone, brings a lawsuit towards you. You have to go
I guess what I'm trying to get to is whether all these discussions are simply about answers that weren't given or questions that weren't asked at the time, and we've gotten them. That's what I'm trying to get to, right? We've asked the questions, we've gotten the answers, we got people come up and present, we talked about prices, we talked about coverage, we talked about a lot of stuff that maybe wasn't covered at the time. That's okay. I think that's just makes it more of an argument of a decision who can best do this. So that's why I asked, without saying who's going to get the contract. Everything else has been done. The reviews have been done. The RFP process has been followed. We waited the time. If we were required to do it by statute, we waited the right time, and we're not. From what I know, we're required to follow a process that we approved in 2019. Everything has been done and I probably shouldn't have asked you that question because you weren't present at all these meetings, but in terms of process, the process has been followed to the best of our knowledge and the best of our legal, whatever we can think of. So your answer is yes, but we can't talk about, or you can't, issue an opinion on something you weren't present to participate on, right?
Again, Mr. Chairman, the RFP process is appropriate for the board to use, for the committee to use in this fashion. The board has the authority, the county has the authority to issue RFPs. But the process is driven by the specifications and provisions in the RFP. They have to be complied with. The members evaluating that have to comply with those provisions.
And you telling us, Susan, and you're telling us, Paul, that you followed everything that you could, every process, every question that you could legally ask, which was, as far as I'm concerned, it was 18. It was pretty broad questions. That at the time you conducted the interviews, the answer you got led you to the decision you took.
To the best of my ability.
All right. And that's what I guess is going to be the deciding factor here. Okay, so there's a motion and a second on the floor. Let's take a roll call vote. And the motion is to, again, reject all bids and direct staff to reformulate.
Supervisor Pancrazy?
Aye.
Supervisor Lyons?
Aye.
Supervisor Porches?
No.
Supervisor Simmons?
No.
Chairman Reyes?
Well, before I make this decision, and and somehow I kind of had the feeling it was going to get to this point. I want to say that it's a tough decision because there's so many there's so many factors to be weighed. But I'm not sure that waiting any longer or hearing any more arguments are going to get us to a better spot. I really don't. I think it's just going to take too long. We are ahead of the game now. I think as a county, and we had the representative from the state, was it broadband network?
Yes.
Yeah.
Commerce.
We had him make a comment, and the comment to me is important, that Yuma County is right now ahead of almost everyone else, and I like to keep it that way. So my vote's no. We're going to consider what we got in front of us and either accept or reject the bid that we have from ALO, or ALO, whatever that is. So that the motion dies, 3-2. Now, if we're going to do this, we're going to have to do this. So there has to be a motion to go ahead and either approve what was presented or reject what was presented. We can always do another motion if you're not ready to do that. Are you ready to do that?
I'll move to accept the contract with ALO.
Mr. Chairman?
Or go to make,
authorize
the administrator to go into contract to sign and construction with ALO for the middle mile fiber backbone.
I just want to point out that there is no contract presently for the board to consider, accept.
It's negotiated contract, right?
Negotiated contract.
The way it's stated in here, this is discussion with motion to authorize the county administrator to enter into a contract with ALO Communications for design and construction of a broadband mile fiber backbone, subject to legal review. That's what's in front of us. If we don't have a contract, what are we supposed to approve?
The contract will be subject to legal review.
Yeah, but I mean,
Based on
this is why I had trouble already with the way that the agenda item was presented. We're basically authorizing you to enter into a contract which we just haven't seen. You're supposed to negotiate that contract. So you better do it quickly, because I don't know if this is going to be enough for you to, are we authorizing you to actually negotiate a contract sight unseen and then take it to the legal for review, and then that's it?
Yes, if you would like me to negotiate the contract subject to legal review and bring it back to you for approval, you can add that section to it.
Well, I think we need to.
postpone
I
it a
think we
little
need
bit,
to.
but
There's some questions here that need to be answered. The maintenance issues, there are some issues that still need to be answered. I don't want to get into a situation that I've basically authorized the administrator to just negotiate a contract and sign it. We need to get it back to us to see if in some ways, I think that our fiduciary responsibility demands that. We got a little bit of time, and I think that time is whatever time is allowed. You need to put something together that we can see before we send it over to the state, okay?
So if you could withdraw the motion at this point, and I'd like to read a revised motion to make.
Read it.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Supervisor
Withdraw
Martin?
the motion.
Yeah, I withdraw the motion.
You obviously withdraw your second.
No, he didn't.
I never got to a second.
Oh, never got to a second. Ah, I figured that out.
Where is it? Motion to authorize the county administrator to enter into negotiations for a contract with Allo Communications, DBA Allo Arizona LLC for design and construction of a broadband middle mile fiber backbone, subject to legal review, and to bring back the contract for approval by the Board of Supervisors.
Is that your
That'd be
motion?
my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, that's the motion in a second. And please, this is a very important issue. I think everybody knows just how difficult this has become. The process has really been a tough process. I know how some of the board members, well, I know how most of the board members feel. I think they already made their view known. So there's a motion in a second. Is there any discussion? Take a roll call.
Supervisor Porches,
Aye.
Supervisor Simmons,
Before I say, I just wish all these issues that had come up back at the beginning, instead of every time we meet, there's another issue, another issue. If there was issues, I wish they would have all come up at the beginning of this process where we could address them or had more time to deal with them. But my vote is yes.
Supervisor Pancrazzi,
Pass.
Supervisor Lyons,
No.
Chairman Reyes.
I think I'm gonna put my big pants, what do you call them last time? Big pants on or big boy pants on or something and make a decision. Look, guys, we can't spend a lot of time because I think time is of the essence and we need to get moving. So I'm voting yes on the motion.
Supervisor Pancrazzi,
Still, right here. But I'm gonna go with Jonathan and vote no.
She passed and just asked me vote first and she said no at the end.
I'm still right here.
All right, guys, I know we could talk about this for a long time, and I know that there was no way to be able to get to a decision that would please everyone. So you just have to make a decision. Sometimes you just have to make a decision. And I'm sorry for I'm sure that there's always going to be something better in the horizon that we can consider. And if we keep it open long enough, there will be more and more things to consider. So this is it. I mean, we've got to make a decision. We got to move forward. So the motion's been made. It's been approved 3-2. And that's it. Thank you very much. Okay. And again, thanking the committee for their hard work and dedication. It somehow worked out.